Chapter 262. Yaoji glanced at Yi Li, who was standing on the side. Her eyes were filled with sadness and envy. She slowly stepped forward and bowed slightly to Mu Yang. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few years. Yaoji is very grateful. But, Shitsi, please go back. We don't have to meet again." Yaoji didn't look at him. She nodded to Yi Li and walked to the end of the street step by step. Yi Li frowned and secretly signaled the shadow guard to follow and escort Yaoji back to Qingxing Lane. Although it was already curfew, it was still dangerous for a woman to walk alone in the capital in the middle of the night. Mu Yang frowned and wanted to chase after her, but Yi Li stopped him. "Shitsi, please wait." Mu Yang turned around and looked at Yi Li with a puzzled expression. Yi Li asked in a deep voice, "What does the prince want to do by chasing after her?" Mu Yang frowned. "Naturally, it's to send her back." Yi Li said, "So what if we send her back? I have met Miss Yaoji twice. How about I let someone do it for her? Or, Shitsi doesn't trust me?" Mu Yang looked at Yi Li hesitantly, but if Shitsi can't give Miss Yaoji the future she wants, it's better to break it off. Although a broken wrist is painful, I think Miss Yaoji will be able to endure it with her pride. If Shitsi blindly wavers, it may hurt the hearts of the two girls in the future. Yi Li said softly as she looked at Mu Yang. When she mentioned the two girls, she deliberately emphasized it. She reminded him that he not only needed to be responsible for Yaoji, but also the Miss Sun who was engaged to him. Mu Yang's body shook. He stared at Yi Li angrily and said, "You don't know anything." Yi Li was silent. She really didn't know anything. She didn't know the relationship between Yaoji and Mu Yang, nor did she know the relationship between him and the Miss Sun. But with Yaoji's identity, if Shitsi Manor was willing to accept or Yaoji was willing, she could enter Marquis Muyang Manor as a concubine. But looking at the current situation, whether Yaoji herself was unwilling, Marquis Muyang disagreed, or the Sun family disagreed, it was obviously not feasible. Since that was the case, Mu Yang's hesitation was obviously not a good thing. After a moment of silence, Yi Li looked up at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "Let's go back." Mo Xiaoyao nodded. He glanced at Mu Yang and said faintly, "With the relationship between Marquis Muyang's mansion and Sun family, Marquis Muyang will never accept Yaoji." Then, without waiting for Mu Yang's reaction, she nodded to Yi Li and pulled Yi Li towards the Prince Ding mansion. It seemed that Mo Xiaoyao's words made Mu Yang's expression even more unsightly. He stood there for a long time before finally turning around and walking in the opposite direction. Yi Lu, who was left alone, looked at the pair of figures in the distance and raised his eyebrows with interest. "Interesting woman. It seems that Mo Xiaoyao really has deep feelings for Princess Ding." Yi Lu saw the jade pendant clearly. It was given by Emperor Taizu to the founding Prince Ding Mo Lanyun when the Dechu state was established. It could be said that it was a symbol of the Prince Ding's identity. But later on, the prestige of King Ding's mansion flourished day by day. There was no need for a jade pendant to represent their identity, so it gradually became an ordinary decorative jade pendant. But for the Prince Ding mansion, the significance of this jade was still incomparable to ordinary precious stones. Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Xiaoyao. Is it really good to expose such an obvious weakness in front of others? Or do you not put on your eyes at all? The night sky was gracefully hung with a string of eyebrows, making the quiet street appear dim and cold. The two walked side by side, and Mo Xiaoyao chuckled softly. "Is Lily still worried?" Yi Li was startled and looked at him doubtfully. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. "Isn't Lily worried about Yaoji?" Yi Li sighed helplessly. "Yaoji is such an outstanding woman. It's a pity that she was born in a brothel. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so bumpy." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and looked at her. "Doesn't want to help her? If Lily speaks up for her, perhaps Marquis Muyang's mansion will accept her." Yi Li shook her head. "Let's not talk about whether Yaoji is willing or not. As Princess Ding, forcing Marquis Muyang's mansion to accept someone they don't want to accept, even if Yaoji enters Marquis Muyang's mansion, she won't have a good life. What's more, isn't that Miss Sun Muyang's legitimate fiancée? She didn't do anything. Why should she be forced to accept a love rival? If Muyang really loves Yaoji more than anything else, he will naturally take care of everything. If not, how can there be so many things in the world that benefit from both sides? I still say the same thing. Give up when you should, and break when you should. Emo Xiaoyao sighed softly. Lily is really heartless. If Lily intercedes, both Marquis Muyang's mansion and Sun family will give face to Li. Yili glanced at him faintly. If someone comes to me and asks me to accept a woman as Prince's concubine for her sake, I will just slap her away. Prince is so concerned about this issue, but does he also have this kind of concern? It doesn't matter. I'm very easy to talk to. As long as Prince personally tells me, it's fine. Looking at Emo Xiaoyao with a faint smile, Yili smiled very amiably. Emo Xiaoyao helplessly rubbed his nose. I will never have this kind of concern in my life. Lily, don't worry. Yili snorted, not commenting on his promise. Just as they returned to the mansion, Emo Xiaoyao was invited to a meeting. Obviously, the people in the Prince Ding mansion had already received the news of Ye's appearance in the capital. Yili had just turned to go back to her room when Qin Feng appeared in front of her with a strange expression. Yili raised her eyebrows in confusion. She looked at him and smiled. What's wrong? Was the training too easy recently? Why haven't you gone back to rest yet? Qin Feng hesitated before saying, Wang Fei, that Miss Yaoji. Yili raised her eyebrows and suddenly realized, You sent Yaoji back? Commander Qin really has free time. It seems like I should mention to Sand that your training can be a bit more advanced. What happened to Yaoji? Qin Feng's face was bitter. He looked at Yili and said, She fainted on the side of the road before she reached Qing Chung Lane. So? Yili looked at him with a smile, a clear teasing in her eyes. Qin Feng could only force himself to say, There's no so, this subordinate sent her back. I just came to report to Wang Fei. Yili sighed softly. She looked at Qin Feng and said, You feel that she is very pitiful, don't you? Qin Feng was silent. Yili said in a heavy voice, I also feel that she is pitiful. But there are many things that we can't do just because we feel sympathy, because there may be other people who will become pitiful because of our so-called kindness. Qin Feng understood. He nodded and said, This subordinate knows his wrongs. Wang Fei, please forgive. Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. The moon is bright and clear. An outstanding person is bright and clear, comfortable and quiet, a burden of heart and mind. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment before he quickly turned around and ran outside. This subordinate will take his leave. Seeing Qin Feng run away like he was running for his life, Yili couldn't help but smile. When she thought of Yaoji's stiff and straight back as she left, she could only sigh softly. She had promised Emo Xiaoyao that she would personally choose a jade pendant for him. Then she remembered that Emo Xiaoyao's birthday was coming up. The next day, Yili took a few servant girls and went out. She looked at the shops that she frequented, but didn't find any jade pendants or stones that were of any interest. Yili wasn't in a hurry. True top-quality jade was something that could be found but not sought. Good jade had either been carved but didn't meet her requirements, or the quality wasn't satisfactory. If she directly searched the Fu storehouse, it wouldn't be sincere. Walking on the street, Yili had a headache as she thought. Chapter 263. Princess Ding, it's such a coincidence that we meet again. Just as she walked out of a jade shop, a hearty voice came from behind her. Yili raised an eyebrow and turned her head to look at the man standing not far away with his arms crossed. She nodded. Prince Yalu. Prince hasn't entered the palace to see the emperor yet? Yalu Yi smiled indifferently. In any case, the wedding procession will arrive in the capital in a few days. Little Prince will take these few days as a private distraction and won't trouble your country's emperor. Yili nodded and smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Prince Yelu's distraction. Coincidence? In such a big capital, they had just met last night and met here this morning. Wasn't it a coincidence? Yelu Yi didn't seem to notice Yi Li's alienation and smiled. Speaking of which, this is Little Prince's first time in the Chu capital, and it's really unfamiliar. I don't know if Princess can show little prince around as a host. Yili smiled faintly, her beautiful face full of apology. I'm really sorry. I don't usually go out, and I'm not as familiar with the Chu capital as Prince. I'm afraid I can't lead the way for Prince. Speaking of which, Prince said yesterday that he would be a guest in the Wangfu. My family's prince specially waited at home this morning for Prince's arrival. Now it seems that he won't be able to wait. The corner of Yelu Ye's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Forgive me, Princess. It's just that little prince feels that he hasn't met your country's emperor and shouldn't visit the Ding Wangfu in private to avoid bringing trouble to Prince Ding and Princess. Don't you think so, Princess? Yili smiled faintly. Prince is thoughtful. Ben Fei still has some matters to attend to and will leave first. Seeing Yili turn and leave without hesitation, Yelui narrowed his eyes and his lips hooked up in a smile. A few days ago, this one got a piece of top-quality jadeite. I don't know if Princess is interested. Hearing his words, Yili didn't turn around and didn't even pause her steps. Yelui raised an eyebrow and continued. Doesn't Princess Consort want to know what the jade pendant you smashed yesterday was? Yili slowly turned her head. Just as Yelui revealed a smug smile, she said indifferently, since Prince didn't say anything, it means that he doesn't care. No matter what the jade pendant is, it's already broken. If this consort wanted to know, she would naturally ask the prince herself. Why would you need to hear it from an outsider? Prince, don't you agree? The smile on Yelu Ye's face gradually disappeared as he stared thoughtfully at the departing figure of the woman in front of him. No wonder she's able to obtain Mo Xiuyao's favor. Interesting indeed. Princess Ding, we will meet again. It wasn't until Yelu Ye's line of sight disappeared behind her that Yili stopped and frowned. In the past half a year, she had done some basic research on the situation of the various countries. This Yelu Yi may look like a straightforward person on the outside, but as the only one who could compete with the crown prince Yelu Hong among the dozens of sons of the king of the northern tribes, he was naturally vicious and merciless. If it wasn't necessary, Yili didn't want to provoke this kind of person. Wang Fei, that person. Qing Shuang saw that Yi Li's expression wasn't very good and asked worriedly. Yili shook her head and said, It's fine. Qing Wan and Qing Shuang secretly exchanged a look and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Wang Fei might not have seen it because she was walking in front, but they had all seen the look in that prince's eyes. Qing Wan thought for a moment and said, That prince isn't a good person. Wang Fei should avoid him. Yili smiled faintly and said, Silly girl, there are some people that you can't avoid just because you want to. Unless we don't do anything. Don't worry, I know what to do. Newbie is worrying too much. Qing Wan smiled. She had never seen anything where Wang Fei didn't know what to do. Wang Fei probably already knew how to deal with it. She just needed to protect Wang Fei. Don't think too much. Let's go to Fenghua Lu. Yili smiled faintly. As soon as she stepped into Fenghua Lu, the crisp sound of porcelain falling made Yili stop in her tracks. The shopkeeper of Fenghua Lu was already very familiar with Princess Ding. He hurriedly came forward and said with a smile, This one greets Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please come in. Yili nodded and stepped into the store. She looked inside and asked, Is everything all right? The shopkeeper squeezed out a smile and said with some difficulty, Two guests had a little conflict and disturbed Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please have a seat in this wing. A few days ago, the prince sent someone to say that he wanted some good pearls. I had wanted to send them to the Prince Ding mansion in the next few days. I hadn't thought that Wang Fei would come today. As he spoke, he led the way and invited Yi Li to sit in a private room on the other side. Yi Li nodded her head nonchalantly. Those who would appear in Fenghua brothel were either rich or noble. The conflict between these people was naturally not something that could be made known to everyone, unlike the trivial matters of ordinary families. Entering the private room and sitting down, the shopkeeper personally carried a few boxes of pearls to Yili. Yili opened them and looked. As expected, they were all high-quality pearls. Among them was a box of light purple pearls. There were only 19 pearls in the box. What was rare was that each pearl was the size of a pigeon's egg. There was no difference in size, color, or shape. When the box was opened, The light purple light caused the entire room to be covered in a layer of mysterious light. Yili said with some shock, "These are night pearls." One night pearl wasn't rare. What was rare was 19 night pearls that were the same color and color. The shopkeeper said with a proud smile, "Wang Fei is right. These are night pearls. One night pearl is worth a city, not to mention a box. And it's the rarest purple color. Is Wang Fei satisfied?" Yili nodded with a smile. Shopkeeper has worked hard. Seeing that Yili was satisfied, the shopkeeper's smile became even brighter. It had to be known that he had spent a lot of money and effort to get these pearls. But this kind of treasure wasn't something that anyone could use. If they were sold separately, the value of the treasure would be greatly reduced. The Ding mansion didn't lack money or power. If Princess Ding liked this box of night pearls, then he wouldn't have to worry about this business for at least half a year. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper took out a few blueprints for Yili to see. "Wang Fei, please take a look. This is the blueprint that our Fenghua building's best craftsman had specially drawn for this box of night pearls. Is Wang Fei satisfied?" Yili looked at the blueprint. It was indeed an exquisite piece of jewelry. If it was made, it would be the envy of all the womenfolk in the capital. But Yili didn't plan on making it into a piece of jewelry. Naturally, everyone liked beautiful and dazzling things. But if this kind of pearl was made into a piece of jewelry, then the person wearing it in the dark would be a live target. Although this kind of thing wasn't very practical, it was still good to use it as a collection or as a gift. Thinking about it, Yili said to the shopkeeper, "I also want this box of night pearls. Later, I will have someone send the blueprint over. Shopkeeper, you can have someone make it according to the blueprint. Also, make a few pieces of jewelry." Although he was disappointed that Yili didn't use his blueprint, seeing that Yili chose some pearl jewelry, the shopkeeper was very happy. These top-grade jewels were all priceless. It was hard to find and hard to sell. Ding Country's prince was very generous to Wang Fei. Chapter 264. After choosing the jewelry, Yili was about to ask the shopkeeper if Fenghua Lu had any good jade when the sound of porcelain shattering came from the side. Yili frowned. Before she could speak, there was a woman's cry of pain. Clearly, someone had made a move. "Shopkeeper, who is that?" The shopkeeper's expression was not good. He said in a low voice, "Wang Fei, it is the Shitsi of Marquis Myong Fu and the young miss of the Sun family of the Ministry of Rights. And Miss Yao Ji of Qing Chung Lane. This one will ask them to leave." Yili thought and raised her hand to stop him. She stood and said, "I know them all. I will take a look." The shopkeeper didn't dare to say more. He quickly led Yili to the private room on the side. When the door was opened, the people inside all turned to look at the door. Yili stood behind the shopkeeper and looked inside. There were many pieces of porcelain on the ground. A delicate young girl in yellow was crying in Mu Yang's arms. Sitting next to her was a middle-aged, noble woman with light makeup but a face full of anger. Yao Ji was dressed in red. Her face was pale as she stood at the side. Teacups were scattered around her feet. "What is going on?" Yili stepped into the room and closed the door. Seeing Yili come in, Mu Yang's expression changed slightly. He helped the young girl in his arms up and nodded to Yili. Wang Fei. Suddenly disturbed, the middle-aged, noble woman glared angrily at the door. But when she saw Yili's face, she quickly restrained her anger. She stood and smiled apologetically. "Chie-sun greets Wang Fei." Yili nodded and said faintly, "Sorry to disturb foreign." She didn't have any impression of this Sun foreign. She was the daughter-in-law of the Minister of Rights, Sun Darren. Her husband was just a fifth-grade assistant minister. Normally, she wouldn't talk to Yili at banquets. Sun foreign knew that when Princess Ding said sorry to disturb, she was afraid that her movements were too loud and had disturbed Princess Ding. She hurriedly invited Yili to take a seat and said with a smile, "Wang Fei is joking. I'm afraid we have disturbed Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please forgive us." Yili looked at Mrs. Sun and Miss Sun next to Mu Yang. She was not very satisfied with their appearances, but the elegant and gentle temperament of a scholarly family made them feel very comfortable. They did not have the arrogance of some noble families. Miss Sun noticed that Yili was looking at her. She blushed and quickly lowered her head to stand behind Mu Yang. Yili smiled faintly. She looked at Mu Yang and said with a smile, "Young Master Mu, what a coincidence. Are you accompanying Miss Sun to choose jewelry?" She had never seen Miss Sun before. Today, she saw that the man was talented and the woman was beautiful. They were a perfect match. Don't forget to send an invitation to me and Prince on the day of the wedding. We can also share the joy. Miss Sun blushed. She quickly glanced at Yi Li and quietly grabbed one of her sleeves. She looked a little gloomy. She glanced at Yao Ji, who was standing on the side, and said faintly, "Wang Fei is joking. When the time comes, it will naturally be the honor of Marquis Muyang's mansion if Wang Fei and Prince can come." Although his glance was obscure, it could not escape the eyes of Mrs. Sun and Yi Li, who had been watching him. Mrs. Sun's face suddenly sank. She snorted softly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, Wang Fei. It's just that whether this wedding can still be held is another matter." "Mother." Hearing this, Miss Sun whispered in a panic. Yili did not seem to see the situation in front of her. She raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Mrs. Sun, what are you talking about?" Although the people in the capital don't know that Marquis Muyang's mansion and Sun family are family friends, could it be that the friendship between the two families will be damaged because of a little conflict? Of course, Mrs. Sun knew that the marriage could not be let go like this. She glanced at Yaoji with disdain and sighed to Yi Li, "I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Wang Fei. Although we don't usually go out, we have heard a little about the friendship between Marquis Muyang's heir and this girl. In the past, we just thought that heir Mu was young and absurd. But now, our daughter has not married into the family, and heir Mu is making a fuss about taking a concubine. Wang Fei, our Sun family is not an unreasonable family. In the future, when our daughter marries into the family, there is no reason to not allow heir Mu to take a concubine. But this girl called Yaoji is absolutely not allowed. She has been entangled with heir Mu before the wedding and has the title of the #1 dancer in the capital. Not to mention whether Marquis Muyang's mansion and Sun family can afford to lose face. If she really marries into the family, will I, this disappointing girl, still have a place to stay?" Yili sighed in her heart. She did not know if these two people were enemies in the previous life. They had just separated last night. How did they meet here today? Why is Miss Yaoji here? Yili asked softly. Yaoji's face was pale, but her back was straight. After hearing Yi Li's words, she sneered and said, "Could it be that in Wang Fei's mind, Yaoji can't come to Fenghua Tower? Why doesn't Wang Fei ask heir Mu and Miss Sun why they are here? Or in Wang Fei's mind, Yaoji has calculated in advance and rushed to humiliate herself?" Yili was startled. Looking at Yaoji's eyes that contained anger, she felt a little apologetic. It could not be said that she did not have the slightest suspicion of Yaoji's actions. Now that Yaoji said it so openly, it could only prove that meeting Miss Sun in Fenghua Tower really had nothing to do with Yaoji. If Yaoji came first, then it was not a coincidence. Someone else deliberately did it. "Sorry," Yili said softly. Yaoji was stunned for a moment. Then she sneered and said, "Forget it. It's nothing. People like us are originally inferior to others, aren't we? It just so happens that Princess Ding is also here today. Then let's make it clear. I, Yaoji, swear that I will never marry into Marquis Muyang's household as a concubine. Moreover, after last night, Yaoji's reputation should have spread in the capital, right? Even if the Sun family relents now, I'm afraid Marquis Muyang will never agree, right? Heir Mu, Yaoji does not dare to say that we are even now. Just take it that Yaoji owes heir Mu in this life and will repay him in the next life. As for this life, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Mrs. Sun, are you satisfied?" Hearing Yaoji's words, Yili's heart skipped a beat. She frowned but did not speak in the end. Muyang looked awkwardly at the stunning woman in front of him whose pale face made her red dress dim. A trace of pain and helplessness flashed through his eyes. As the only male in this generation of Marquis Muyang's household, he shouldered the rise and fall of the entire Marquis Muyang's household. But he could not stop himself from being attracted by this beautiful and strong woman. It was just that he had underestimated Yaoji's pride and Marquis Muyang's household and the Sun family's reaction to this matter, which led to the current dilemma. Today's matter was even more unexpected. Originally, he was only accompanying his fiancée and future mother-in-law to buy things under the order of his mother, in the name of cultivating their relationship. But he did not expect to meet Yaoji, who had just finished shopping and was about to go out, when he came to Fenghua Building. And when Mrs. Sun proposed to come in for a chat, although he felt a little uneasy, he still had a glimmer of hope, so he did not stop her. But Yaoji looked enchanting and affectionate, but she was stubborn. After a few words, she finally angered Mrs. Sun and attracted Princess Ding, who also happened to come to Fenghua Building. Chapter 265. Yaoji. Looking at Yaoji's resolute face, Muyang couldn't help but step forward, wanting to hold her hand. However, his sleeve was caught by someone else. Young Master Mu. Miss Sun's delicate face was full of surprise and panic. Muyang's heart suddenly turned cold, and he calmed down instantly. Miss Sun was already engaged to him. Once something went wrong with this marriage, with the Sun family's strict family rules, even if Miss Sun didn't take things too hard and die, he was afraid that she would have to spend the rest of her life as a Buddha. Thinking of this, Muyang's feet couldn't move forward anymore. Yili sat on the side and couldn't help shaking her head. The Sun family and the Mu family wouldn't accept Yaoji at all. It wasn't because Yaoji came from a brothel, but because she was too outstanding and Muyang had feelings for her. As for Muyang, he wasn't a bad person. He wasn't even a playboy, but he couldn't solve the current situation. If he was a playboy, he could marry Miss Sun and continue to indulge in debauchery outside. Even without Yaoji, with his identity, he might be able to find a woman as beautiful as Yaoji. If he was ruthless enough to break off the marriage with Miss Sun, he would be the only heir of the Mu family. Even if Marquis Muyang was unwilling, he would still step back in the end. Yaoji's charming eyes were half closed, hiding the trace of a bitter smile in her eyes. She turned to Yili and said, "Princess, thank you for saving my life last night. Yaoji will take her leave." Her cold eyes swept over the faces of the other 3 people in the room, and she said lightly, "Yaoji is just a prostitute. It's not worth your trouble. Young Master Mu and everyone else, please don't disturb us in the future. Goodbye." Miss Yaoji, Miss Sun, who was standing beside her, suddenly raised her head and called Yaoji. When Yaoji turned back, she looked at Madame Sun and said softly, "Miss Yaoji, young master, if young Master Mu really loves Miss Yaoji, after we get married, please take Miss Yaoji into the mansion. I just hope young Master Mu can give Lien and the Sun family some face." "Lien," Madame Sun scolded in a low voice. Muyang looked at the petite and graceful girl in front of him in surprise. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that she would be the first to let him go. Yaoji snorted, turned around, and left. Such an arrogant attitude made Mrs. Sun, who was already unhappy, furious. "How dare you? What kind of attitude is this?" Yaoji turned back and said with a contemptuous smile, "I said I would never enter Marquis Muyang's mansion. Do Madame Sun and Miss Sun think I'm playing hard to get? I, Yaoji, am indeed a prostitute, but I'm not that lowly. Yaoji of Marquis Muyang's residence is too high for me to reach, and I don't want to. Yaoji can't accept Miss Sun's love, so I won't thank you." "Yaoji," Muyang frowned. He knew that it was unfair for her to become a concubine, but this was the best way he could think of to satisfy both sides. Yaoji looked at him coldly. She was totally different from her usual gentle and charming self. Muyang sighed softly and said, "Yaoji, can't you suffer for my sake?" The room was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Yaoji smiled faintly. Mulang, do you know my name?" Muyang was stunned and looked at her with some confusion. Yaoji shook her head and waved her sleeves. She said resolutely, "Unless you marry me openly, we don't have to see each other in this life." "Marry you?" Mrs. Sun stared at Yaoji and sneered. "Who are you to ask the Mu family to marry you openly? Even if Shitsi Mu isn't engaged today, you don't have this qualification. It's Lien Er's magnanimity to accept you. It's your blessing. Don't embarrass yourself. Yaoji said proudly. So what? Since you can't do it, Shitsi Mu, please go back. Or, do you want to stay here with them and watch me be humiliated? Yaoji, you. Mu Yang frowned, his face showing anger and displeasure. Yaoji had always been gentle and understanding. When had she ever been so unreasonable? Yaoji didn't seem to care about his displeasure at all. She glanced at Miss Sun, who was standing on the side, and said disdainfully, Mrs. Sun is right. I follow you because I want to marry into the Marquis Muyang's mansion. Since you can't marry me, what are you doing here? You want me to bow my head and be a concubine to this little girl who has no appearance or talent and is not as good as me except for a good family background? I, Yaoji, am not so cheap. There are many men who want me. There must be one who is willing to marry me as his wife. Enough. Muyang's face was livid. He pulled Miss Sun, who was tearing up because of Yaoji, and said to Mrs. Sun, Mother-in-law, let's go back. Mrs. Sun glanced at Yaoji and nodded. She smiled at Yili and said, Princess, I've made a fool of myself. I'll leave first. Yili nodded. I won't see you off. Take care, Mrs. Sunday. The three of them pushed the door and went out. From the beginning to the end, Mu Yang didn't look at Yaoji again. Naturally, he didn't notice that a trace of blood slowly overflowed from Yaoji's pale lips. Until the footsteps outside disappeared, Yaoji's body swayed. Seeing that she was about to fall, Qing Shuang and Qing Wan, who came in from the outside, quickly stepped forward to help her to sit down on a chair. Yaoji paused and then looked up at Yi Li with a smile. Princess, haven't you seen enough? Yi Li shook her head and said softly, Why do you do that? Is it worth it to ruin yourself like this for Mu Yang? Yaoji was stunned and smiled bitterly. I don't know where the love comes from. It goes deep. If I can choose by myself, why should I? Yi Li waved her hand and said with a smile, I understand. If you have seen the sea, you can't see the water. If you don't see the clouds, you can't see the clouds. Elegant people moan for no reason. If you're so hungry that you can't eat 3 meals and have no clothes to wear, you will know that love is false. Ordinary people run around all day for food and clothing. If they don't have love, they won't live their lives. Yaoji looked at her strangely and said, Princess is also the head of 100 flowers after Su. How can you think like this? Yili raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Tacky. Yaoji didn't speak, but her expression clearly showed a trace of her own. Yili smiled indifferently and said, When I was still in the boudoir and young, I thought I would become Princess Li. Later, Prince Li broke off the engagement. I think it's nothing. At worst, I could find someone with a lower family background. As long as he has a good character, he can live a normal life. Later, I was appointed to marry Prince Ding. It's difficult to refuse the imperial order. Can I bet the whole Yi family and Su family to disobey the imperial order? Yaoji naturally knew the situation when Yi Li joined the Prince Ding mansion. At that time, she also sighed for the third Miss Yi. But she didn't expect that in less than a year, the third Miss Yi became the Princess Ding that was envied by all the noble ladies in the capital. And she was the one who was really pitted. What did Princess think at that time? What can I think? Try to make yourself live a better life in the future. Don't tell me you want to commit suicide in a moment of depression. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Yaoji frowned and looked at Yili. She said with some disbelief, Has Princess never expected a relationship? How could she not know that she and Mu Yang would not have an ending at all? But in the dust of life, she saw the fickleness of human nature. She couldn't help but want to grasp any trace of warmth and sincerity. She knew that Mu Yang really loved her, but his sincerity couldn't let him give up his responsibility. So, what she could repay him was to let him marry at ease and no longer be involved. Chapter 266. Yili sighed and said, Well, I shouldn't laugh at you, but I think a relationship depends on the efforts of both parties. No matter how much a person gives, this relationship won't last long. I know Mu Yang loves me. I love him too, Yaoji said in a low voice. Yili looked at her with her chin in her hand. Love is a matter of 2 people. You are 3 people. You love him and he loves you. What about Miss Sun? She's the most innocent one. Yaoji bit her lip and stared at her. Do you think Miss Sun is really so weak and innocent? Yili waved her hand and said, it has nothing to do with whether she is weak or not. She is Mu Yang's fiancée. In this world, not every woman who has her engagement broken off is as indifferent as I am. I heard that the Sun family has strict rules. If Mu Yang breaks off the engagement, Miss Sun has no other choice but to worship Buddha. So even if she is acting, it is just to maintain her legal status. Besides, she didn't commit murder, arson, or crime. We can dislike her, but we can't say she is wrong. If it weren't for you and Mu Yang, she could be a real weak and elegant lady, get married smoothly, and be an ordinary wife and the mistress of Marquis Mu Yang's mansion. Do you think she will be happy to be told by her fiancé that he has someone else in his heart before marriage? Miss Sun didn't torture you to death because of hatred, which proves that she is not a bad person. Hearing her words, Yaoji said blankly, so, is it really my fault? Yili touched her nose uncomfortably. She really couldn't say that it was Yaoji's fault. Yaoji and Mu Yang had known each other for at least 7 or 8 years, but Mu Yang was engaged for less than 2 months. It was naturally not Yaoji's fault in terms of first come, first served, but now she had to bear this mistake. Well, it's probably God's will. Don't take it too seriously. Miss Yaoji is talented, beautiful, and rich. You don't have to worry about life. Who hasn't met a few scumbags when they were young? Hearing Yili describe him as a scumbag, Yaoji glared at her unhappily. Yili smiled and said, I know he's not a bad person. I was just saying. Yaoji couldn't help but grin and say, although princess consort words are not pleasant to hear, I know you were trying to comfort me. Yaoji thanked him. But why would a princess come to comfort a person like me? I don't often comfort people. If what I say isn't to your liking, please don't mind it. Yili smiled apologetically. As for the identity, since you're Feng San's friend, I can barely be counted as Feng San's friend. Even for Feng San's sake, I can't just ignore it. Yaoji stood up and smiled. Thank you, princess. Goodbye. Yili frowned, looked at her, and said, you don't look well. Do you want to take a rest before you leave? Yaoji shakes her head and says smilingly, don't worry, I'm really tired these days. I'm going to leave the capital for a rest. Halfway through her words, Yaoji's body softens and falls to the ground. Qing Wan, who is standing next to her, quickly supports her and pulls her back. Yili is also shocked. She asks Qing Shuang to call Qing Yu outside to come in and check. After a while, Qing Yu hurries in to check Yaoji's pulse and looks at Yili with a strange look. Yili says anxiously, what's the matter? Just say it. Qing Yu looks at the woman in red who is in a coma in the chair, looks up at Yili and says, her pulse is slippery. She is pregnant for 3 months. Maybe the fetus is affected, so the fetus is affected. The 4 words make Yili dizzy. She only feels that thunder is rolling over her head. So, is she trying to separate the father and mother of the child just now? Meddling in other people's business really brings retribution. Although Qing Yu is not a doctor, she still takes a look at Yaoji seriously according to the principle of a doctor's parent's heart. She frowns tightly and says with some dissatisfaction, this is too careless. She's already pregnant for more than 3 months, but she still makes so much trouble. It's really God's blessing that she can keep the child. Yili raises her eyebrows and says, maybe she doesn't know it herself. Qing Yu rolls her eyes disapprovingly. How stupid she is if she doesn't know it when she is pregnant for more than 3 months. It will be obvious in a few days. She can't hide it. Yili nods knowingly. I understand. She's pregnant. She looks at the unconscious person in front of her with some embarrassment. What should I do now? Meddling in other people's business, Yili asks people to send Yaoji back to settle down with her head full of thunder. As soon as she returns to the mansion, Nanny's son comes to report that someone sent something specially for Princess. Yili opens the box to take a look. It is a piece of jadeite that has only been treated slightly and has not been carved. But just by looking at the flawless green color, she knows that this is a piece of jadeite of the highest quality. Thinking with furrowed brows, Yili has an idea of the person who sent the gift. Raising her head, she asks Nanny's son, Did the person leave a name and address? Nanny Sun says with a smile. Princess doesn't need to worry. The prince has already sent someone to send a gift in return. The prince said that if Princess likes it, you can accept it. If you don't like it, you could just deal with it. Yili nods and says, put it away first. We'll talk about it later. Where's the prince? The prince is in the study. Master Feng has returned. Yili nods and turns to go to the study. Previously, Feng Jiao and them had split up in Yongzhou and led the Black Cloud cavalry north. He had arrived in Jing half a month later than them. Yili just walked to the door of the study when Mo Xiaoyao's voice came from inside. Is it Miss Li? Come in. Yili pushes open the door and goes in. Feng Jiao stands and says, greetings to Princess. Yili nods with a faint smile and says, Master Feng doesn't need to be so courteous. Feng Jiao looks at Yili and then at Mo Xiaoyao. He felt that there was something different about these two. Princess, just call me Feng San. Yili smiles in response. Walking to Mo Xiaoyao's side, she sits down and says, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Mo Xiaoyao shakes his head and says, it's nothing major. Does Miss Li have a problem? Yili recounts her encounter with Yelu Yi. Looking at Feng Jiao standing to the side, she only briefly mentioned her encounter with Yaoji and Muyang. She didn't mention Yaoji's pregnancy. It was better for the person involved to decide if they should tell others. Mo Xiaoyao furrowed his brow at Yelu Ye's obvious attempt to get close to Yili. He sneered and said, it seems that Yelu Hong isn't giving him enough pressure, so he is able to leisurely walk the streets of Chujing. Feng San, go back and spread the news that Yelu Yi has arrived in Jing and is going to participate in the selection of candidates for the peace marriage. Feng Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding silently in response. Once this news was spread, the nobility of Chujing would feel that Yelu Yi was going to drop a level. No one would pay attention to him secretly arriving in Chujing, but participating in the selection of candidates for the peace marriage was going too far. Yes, the Chu state didn't send a real princess for the peace marriage, but the daughters of the Chu state weren't for the northern tribes to pick and choose. Chapter 267. Li, I'm afraid that you will start to get busy. Have you finished looking through the list of names that I gave you before? Mo Xiaoyao turned to look at Yili and asked in a soft voice. Yili nodded. Mo Xiaoyao said, you don't need to decide who will go for the political marriage. You just need to recommend 2 or 3 people for the emperor. The final choice will be made by the emperor. Yili frowned in confusion. Like this, won't we offend more people? Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. That person in the palace has given you this task. How would they give us a chance to not offend people? If we are worried about offending people and randomly choose a girl with a bad family background, not only will the northern tribes make a fuss, that person in the palace may even use your incompetence to change the selection. At that time, we will offend more people. Since it is like this, Lily doesn't need to consider the problem of offending people. Choose a few people that you feel are suitable and send them up. As to who the emperor chooses, that is his own business. If he is not satisfied with any of them, that is even better. Let him choose someone else. Yili nodded, I understand. I will carefully look at the family background, intelligence, and other aspects of these noble girls. Putting aside all sentimental reasons, it was naturally much easier to choose a candidate based on their status and personal conditions. Feng San's speed was not slow. That afternoon, the news that the northern tribe's 7th prince had arrived in Jing had spread throughout the city. Even the inn that Yelu Yi was staying at was known. Yelu Yi, who had originally wanted to delay his meeting with the emperor of the Chu state for a few days, could only put down what he was doing and go into the palace for an audience. As he cursed Mo Xiaoyao inside, he also regretted that he had appeared that night to test Mo Xiaoyao and exposed himself. The next morning, the invitation for the banquet that the palace was holding for the northern tribe's prince was sent to the Ding King's Fu. Mo Xiaoyao, who had been accompanying Yili to practice martial arts in the backyard, raised an eyebrow. He waved his hand to dismiss them and turned to continue teaching Yili swordsmanship. Princess Consort, young Master Han, and young Master Lung request an audience. Qing Shuang came over to report. Emo Xiuyao said unhappily. Why is he here again? Now, Emo Xiuyao was starting to wonder if he had shot himself in the foot by giving Han Mingxi and the Han family to Li Li. Although there was no need to worry about the other party's loyalty. Ever since Han Mingxi came to the capital, he came to see Li Li every 2 to 3 days. Now that he had moved out of the Princeton mansion and found another place to live, he still did not show any signs of stopping. The jealous Prince Ding naturally forgot that Lung Haoyu, a married man, was also here to see him. Yi Li sheathed her sword and looked back with a smile. Isn't Mingxi busy discussing the cooperation with Lung Haoyu these days? You probably have some new ideas that you want to ask me. To Han Mingxi, Lung Haoyu was a rich man. On the surface, this hedonistic son of rich parents was in control of more than half of the Prince Ding Mansion's business. With his participation, Han Mingxi's business could naturally be bigger. When he thought of this, Han Mingxi seemed to see countless gold ingots flying in front of him. He was so busy these days that his feet did not touch the ground. So, in fact, the people of the Han family were born with the nature of accumulating wealth. It was not unique to Han Minghua. I will also go and listen. Does Li welcome me? Emo Xiuyao asked. Yi Li lowered her head and held back her laughter. She pretended not to see a certain someone's jealous expression and said with a smile, since Lung Haoyu is participating, what other secrets can he have from the prince? In fact, Yi Li occasionally felt that separating her people and Emo Xiuyao's people clearly might not be beneficial to the operation. At the same time, she also knew that this was because the Prince Ding Mansion's future was determined. Emo Xiuyao wanted to leave some power for himself, so that if something happened in the future, he would have something to rely on. So she was very grateful for Emo Xiuyao's intentions. In the study, when they saw Emo Xiuyao and Yi Li coming in hand, Lung Haoyu and Han Mingxi stood up to welcome them. Emo Xiuyao nodded and smiled faintly. No need for formalities. Sit down. Yi Li smiled and looked at Han Mingxi, who looked much better. Mingxi, why are you here so early? Han Mingxi nodded and raised his eyebrows with a smile. There is indeed something. These few days, Lung Er and I have almost finished discussing it. Lung Er is in charge of the Chu state. In a few days, I plan to go to Nanzhao and Xiling. As for the northern tribes, we can talk about it later. In terms of commercial value, the northern tribes could be said to be the least developed of the 4 countries. Many of the businesses in the Central Plains could not be done in the northern tribes and did not make much money. Yi Li tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, it is said that there are many gold and silver mines in the northern tribes. Lung Haoyu nodded and said, indeed, the northern tribes may be remote and bitter, but there are many gold and silver mines. Just look at the northern tribes' nobles. The nobles of the northern tribes, whether male or female, like to use large gold ornaments and decorate themselves like moving gold treasures. The people of the Central Plains despise the barbarians outside the Great Wall for their vulgarity, but who could say that they did not envy them for using gold like silver? Wang Fei's meaning is, Lung Haoyu said hesitantly, wouldn't it be too much gold to bite the hand? But the larger mines in the northern tribes are all controlled by the royal family. The northern tribes are very xenophobic. It is basically impossible for us to meddle in this area. Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, no, I don't plan on meddling with their gold mines. What is valuable in the northern tribes is not the gold mines or their war horses. Han Mingxi frowned and said, the restrictions on the war horses of the northern tribes are even more severe than the gold mines. The war horses of the northern tribes were famous all over the world, and the Chu state did not produce good horses. The horses that the cavalry of the Chu state used were mostly the horses of the Chu state and the horses of the northern tribes, and even some of the horses of the foreign countries. Compared to the purebred horses of the northern army, they were still slightly lacking. Fortunately, the territory of Great Chu was not a flat grassland, and the role of cavalry was not as important as that of the northern army. Otherwise, horses would be a huge problem. He knew that Yi Li asked this question for the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry. Even though he knew that he was not in a position to say anything, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, who was listening to them, and said, "No matter how much money we offer, the northern tribes will not sell our horses. Even if they buy them, they will be inferior horses. Moreover, shouldn't the problem of horses be solved by the court or the people in charge of the army? If Jun Wei wants to interfere, it will not be good to alarm the court." Yili smiled and said, "No one will be willing to sell openly. But isn't there a business called smuggling?" "Smuggling?" Yili smiled and said, "Private transactions, without going through customs, there is no need to pay taxes. Small capital, huge profits." Lung Haoyu rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Princess means that we should secretly send people to buy horses? In the northern tribes, selling good horses to people from other countries is a capital offense." Yili smiled and said, "No matter which country, there will be people who love money. Merchants value profits. If there's a 50% profit, they will take risks. For a 100% profit, they will dare to trample on all the laws of the world. If there is a 300% profit, even if it is a capital offense, there will be people who will fight with their lives. If capital offenses were useful, there would not be so many crimes in this world. There is no need to be too anxious. The northern tribes have a large territory and sparse population. Food, cloth, porcelain, tea, whatever they want, we will give them. If we can get some herbs and fur, that will be even better. After a long time, we will have our own channels to get what we want." Chapter 268. Han Mingxi's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "I understand. The situation of the northern tribes is different from ours and Xiling's southern borders. We can't use the same thinking to deal with the northern tribes. But since we're planning to expand our business to Xiling and the southern borders, we can also send the specialties of Xiling, the southern borders, and the Chu state to the northern tribes. Those northern tribes' nobles are all rich, and it's too easy to take money from them. It's not that no one wants to do this business, but the journey is too far and the grasslands are very dangerous, so they're all small traders. But if it's us, we don't have to worry about safety. Even if we can't advertise the Prince Ding Mansion, just by relying on the Prince Ding Mansion's military strength, a team will be enough to protect the goods." Mo Xiaoyao was also very interested in the northern tribe's war horses. He smiled faintly. "This marriage is a good opportunity. We can send people to the northern tribes to take a look. I'll write to the emperor later and allow the merchants to go with the marriage team to the northern tribes. It'll also be a contribution to the diplomatic relations between the two countries." The other three were silent. Was it a contribution to the Prince Ding Mansion's treasury and the Mahist army's future military strength? Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao also agreed, Lung Haoyu smiled. "Since that's the case, then it's decided. Brother Han will go to Xiling and the southern borders, and the northern tribes will make another trip. There's still more than a month before we set off, and there's still time to deal with the Chu state." Han Mingxi nodded indifferently. Yili took out a metal token and threw it to Han Mingxi. "Big brother should still be in the southern borders. If you need any help, you can look for him. This is the Yin Wang Chamber's Yama's token. Take it with you just in case. If you encounter any difficulties in the West Hill, I'm sure Pavilion Master Ling will lend a helping hand for the sake of the Yama's order." Han Mingxi was naturally familiar with the origins of the Yama's order. He held it in his hand and looked at Yi Li hesitantly. Yi Li waved her hand, indicating that he didn't need to say more. "Give it to whoever needs it. Since I'm in the Chu capital, I probably won't be able to trouble Pavilion Master Ling. Wouldn't it be a waste if he kept owing her? As for Sickly Scholar, the chances of him coming to the Chu state aren't too high. And Four had sent news a few days ago that they had just found Master Liang, who had been brought back to Xiling by Sickly Scholar. Sickly Scholar's threat was limited before they found the emerald grass. Of course, if he insisted on appearing in Chu capital, she wouldn't mind making a move. Even if she didn't kill him, she would cripple him. Presumably, Ling Taihan wouldn't be able to blame her. Lung Haoyu exclaimed, "The princess is really generous. She even gave away the King of Hell's order so easily." As he spoke, he glanced at Mo Xiaoyao. He thought that the King of Hell's order was given to the princess by the prince to protect her. Seeing that the princess had personally given it to another man, the prince might vent his anger on someone. Of course, it would be best if it was the main culprit, the romantic young master Han Mingxi himself. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to die. Moreover, he was the one who had caused this. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and smiled. Pavilion Master Ling gave it to him for free. In fact, even if Ling Taion didn't appear in the end, she wouldn't really want Sickly Scholar's life. Who knew if Ling Taion would place too much importance on brotherhood and use the power of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce to avenge Sickly Scholar? However, crippling his martial arts at that time was unavoidable. As long as she left Sickly Scholar alive, Ling Taion wouldn't cause trouble for her out of respect for her elder brother. Lung Haoyu rubbed his nose and lowered his head to drink tea. Could the King of Hell's order be measured by money? That was something that many people would rather spend a lot of money than be able to buy. With the King of Hell's order, as long as you didn't provoke the Emperor of Xiling, you could basically do whatever you wanted in Xiling. After finishing their business, Han Mingxi looked at Yi Li and frowned. Yesterday morning, Yilu Yi sent people to scour the entire capital for the best jade. I don't know what they're for. I've never heard that the people of the northern tribes like jade. Although Yilu Yi sent people to anonymously buy them in batches, his mistake was that he shouldn't have gone to a shop under the Han family's name. Since 2 or 3 shops had their best jade bought by strangers, the shopkeepers naturally wouldn't forget to report it to their masters. As for the Han family, although the Tianyi Pavilion no longer existed in the Chu state, Han Mingxi still recruited many people under his command. It wasn't a big problem for him to investigate the various jade and antique jewelry shops in the capital and the identities of the buyers. Yili obviously knew what Yilu Yi was going to do with the jade. She smiled coldly and said, "It seems that the northern tribes are indeed very rich." Thinking about how her trip yesterday was ruined by a certain prince's act of flaunting his wealth, Yi Li's mood was not good, especially when that person purposely sent a piece over to annoy her. Her eyes turned, and Yi Li smiled. "Help me spread the news that Ai's imperial concubine wants to find the best jade to give to the prince as a birthday present." Lung Haoyu looked at Mo Xiaoyao and then looked at Yi Li. He didn't understand what Yi Li meant. Han Mingxi was the first to react. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "So we can take out all the good jade we have and sell it." Once this news comes out, I think that even if the price is doubled, there will be people who will buy it. Also, Wang Fei is right. Aren't the northern tribes rich? I will definitely send the news to Prince Yelu first so that he doesn't fall behind. As for whether the prince of the northern tribes would use the jade as a betrothal gift for the princess or move it all back to the northern tribes, it wasn't their business. Lung Haoyu nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, there hasn't been any rumors about what Wang Fei likes. It has caused us to lose a lot of money. It just so happens that I have a lot of things that I want to sell. I'll sell it to the prince of the northern tribes at a cheap price. But, does Wang Fei need to leave a good piece for you? If the rich prince of the northern tribes really took it all, what would happen to the prince's birthday present? Don't look at how the prince usually had a good temper. When he was stingy, no one could stand it. These years, he and Feng Sen had a deep understanding of it. Yili glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, pursed her lips and smiled. "No need. I'm just saying." Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and sighed sadly. "So Prince Ding's birthday is coming soon. Speaking of which, it's such a coincidence. I was also born in June. In the past, I spent it with Big Brother, but now..." Lung Haoyu's body stiffened, and he stared at Han Mingxi vigilantly. Even if this fellow didn't want to live anymore, there was no need to drag him down with him. He just got married. Yili smiled. "Mingxi's birthday is also in June? Then let's celebrate your birthday in the capital before leaving." Han Mingxi blinked. "Will Junwei give me a present?" "Of course. Tell me what you like, and I'll prepare it later." Yili nodded. With her friendship with Han Mingxi, it wouldn't be right if she didn't give him a present on his birthday. Moreover, with Han Mingxi's current situation, she and Mo Xiaoyao had put in a lot of effort. Han Mingxi smiled brightly. "That's good. No matter what Junwei prepares, I will like it." After saying that, he fearlessly raised his eyebrows at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao's calm expression flashed with a trace of light. Li is right. Since Brother Li's birthday is also in June, I only naturally have to give him a present. Don't worry, I will definitely give Brother Han a surprise present. Mo Xiaoyao's voice could be said to be gentle when he said the last sentence, but the people who heard it felt cold in their hearts. Chapter 269. Lung Haoyu grabbed Han Mingxi and laughed dryly at Mo Xiaoyao. Although we haven't known each other for long, we feel like old friends at first sight. Brother Han Mingxi, let's discuss how you want to celebrate your birthday first. Ignoring Han Mingxi's objection, he grabbed him and dragged him out. Han Mingxi, who had first-rate lightness skills and third-rate martial arts, couldn't even struggle before he was dragged out by Lung Haoyu, who looked third-rate but was actually first-rate. At the banquet in the palace, some people were happy while others were sad. In the elegantly decorated palace, noble consort Lu was wearing a snow-white brocade dress with a silver phoenix pattern. The maid behind her carefully avoided the snow-white dress on the ground and inserted a silver butterfly tassel hairpin into her soft black hair. Noble concubine Lu looked at the reflection of her family members in the bronze mirror with an indifferent expression. Noble consort, the princess is here. The maid beside her reported softly. A touch of warmth flashed in noble consort Lu's cold eyes. Let her in. After a while, a young girl in a light yellow dress came in. She stood at the door and looked at noble consort Lu timidly. Then she walked forward and called softly, "Mother!" Noble consort Lu turned around and pulled the girl in front of her. Looking at the face that was somewhat similar to hers, noble consort Lu lowered her eyes and suppressed the complicated expression in her eyes. She asked softly, "Ning-er, why did you come to my place at this time?" The girl looked up at noble consort Lu and whispered, "Sister Changle said that she would attend the banquet with Mother. I also want to go with Mother." Noble consort Lu was stunned and frowned. "You are still young. Tonight's banquet is to welcome the prince of the northern tribes. You don't have to attend." Tears of grievance appeared in the girl's eyes. Sister Changle was only 1 year older than her. However, Imperial Mother would often bring her to the palace banquets to play together. However, Imperial Mother had never been willing to bring her along, nor was she willing to play with her. She knew that Mother didn't like her. Noble consort Lu's expression softened when she saw the shock on the girl's tender face. But she soon calmed down and said coldly, "Ning, don't you listen to Mother? Go back." Looking at her daughter's aggrieved and sad appearance, she finally paused and said in a low voice, "Go back to your own palace. In a while, let Mama bring you to the palace banquet." The girl raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face and sobbed, "Lu, Mother, don't be angry. Ning-er won't go. Ning is going to play with my brothers." After saying that, she turned around and stumbled out. It was quiet in the hall. The chief maid beside noble consort Lu frowned and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, aren't you being too—" Noble consort Lu turned around and said blandly, "No need to say more. Help me dress up." Seeing her like this, the palace maid did not dare to persuade her again. She looked back at the door and sighed slightly in her heart. Compared to how the Empress treated the eldest princess, the Empress treated the second princess, and even the two princes too coldly. This way, when the princes and princesses grew up in the future, their feelings for the imperial concubine would also be affected. It was a pity that the imperial concubine would not listen to their advice. They could only nimbly dress up for their mistress. Noble consort Lu stood up and looked at herself in the mirror before turning around and saying, "Let's go." The banquet was still the same as usual, with songs and dances celebrating peace and prosperity. Yili sat next to Mo Xiaoyao. She could clearly feel that from the moment she entered the hall, someone's gaze had not left her. Looking up, the person sitting opposite her was the key figure of tonight's banquet, the seventh prince of the northern militant kingdom, Yalu Yi. Seeing Yili looking at him, Yalu Yi raised his eyebrows and raised his wine cup in her direction. That undisguised, impudent gaze made Yi Li's heart sink. She was very unhappy. Ever since she married Mo Xiaoyao. No, it should be said that since she could remember, no one dared to look at her with such an impudent gaze. Seeming to sense Yi Li's anger, Yalu Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. He turned his head and talked to the person sitting next to him. Yili indifferently lowered her eyes and looked down at her hands. Did Yi think that she would explode on the spot? A slightly cold hand grasped her hand. Yili raised her head and saw Imo Xiaoyao's gentle and caring eyes. Imo Xiaoyao laughed softly and said, "Wife, don't be angry. Later, I will dig out his eyeballs for you." Yili rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "He is the king of the northern militant kingdom's most favored son. If you dig out his eyeballs, won't the northern militant kingdom and the Dechu state fight?" Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. "Who said that I can only do it in the Dechu state? When we go to the northern militant kingdom, I also have a way to dig out his eyeballs as an apology to wife." Yili shook her head. "It's nothing. It's fine as long as you come back safely from the northern militant kingdom. It's better if you don't cause any more trouble." Imo Xiaoyao looked deeply at her happy expression. "Wife, are you worried about me? Your husband is really happy." Yili couldn't help but pinch him. Ever since that night at the Lantern Festival, this person had become more and more pretentious. All day long, his wife and husband wouldn't stop talking about each other. Imo Jingqi, who was sitting above, naturally saw the interaction below clearly. His originally handsome face twisted slightly. Imo Jingqi turned back and smiled at noble consort Lu and the Empress, saying, "Prince Ding and the princess have been married for more than a year, but they are still as loving as ever." The Empress took a sip of the wine in her cup and smiled lightly, saying, "Your Majesty is right. Prince Ding and Princess Ding are deeply in love. It must be another story in the capital." Imo Jingqi nodded and smiled, saying, "The Empress is right. My dear wife, what do you think?" Noble consort Lu's face was as white as snow, and her expression was cold. "Your Majesty is right." Wang Xiaorong, who was sitting below noble consort Lu, looked at noble consort Lu and then at Prince Ding and his wife below. She covered her mouth and smiled foolishly, saying, "I heard that Sister Lu and Prince Ding were childhood sweethearts." Before she finished speaking, Imo Jingqi's gaze shot to her like a sharp arrow. Wang Xiaorong's heart jumped. She knew that she had said something wrong, but she was so scared that she didn't know what to do. The Empress frowned and said lightly, "Wang Xiaorong, you can't drink much. What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Xiaorong's face was a little ugly, but she knew in her heart that the Empress had helped her out. She hurriedly agreed and lowered her head, not daring to say more. "Your Majesty." His Highness, Yelui suddenly stood up and spoke to Imo Jingqi in a clear voice. "My country's crown princess passed away at the beginning of the year. In consideration of the diplomatic relations between the two countries, Father promised to welcome the princess of the Chu state to the northern tribes as the crown princess. This prince doesn't know if I would have the honor of meeting my future sister-in-law." Yelu Ye's words caused an uproar in the hall. The difference between becoming the crown princess of the northern tribes and becoming the crown princess of the northern tribes and becoming the crown princess of the northern tribes was like the difference between clouds and mud. Not to mention those who couldn't see through it. Even those who had already seen through this marriage couldn't help but be moved. What was the use of a daughter in a family? Marriage in exchange for short-term benefits or relationships. After all, no one could rely on a woman to maintain a relationship for a long time, right? Even if they knew that the woman who married into the northern tribes wouldn't have a good life if there were enough benefits, sacrificing a daughter was completely worth it. Yili was a little surprised. She tilted her head to look at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "The difference between becoming the crown princess and officially becoming the crown princess is not just a little bit. Who said that the northern tribes people are straightforward and courageous, not scheming and crafty?" Chapter 270. Yili suddenly understood. Wasn't that so? For a moment, she had forgotten that each country's royal family had something like a golden book. Even the barbarian northern tribes had something similar. Without an official golden book, it was the same as the Chu state's people not having their genealogy recorded in the ancestral hall. Not to mention being the crown princess. Even if she was married as the empress, it didn't count. Yili remembered that Mo Xiaoyao had people spread the news that Yalu Yi wanted to personally choose someone. Ordinary concubines weren't allowed to be chosen, but the crown princess, the future empress of the northern tribes, wasn't allowed to be seen first. This was under the premise that the Chu state didn't have a suitable princess. Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a half-smile, openly mocking him for trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Mo Xiaoyao didn't mind. After all, the Chu state wanted to marry a girl to the northern tribes. Since Yalu Yi dared to generously offer the position of crown princess, he didn't mind letting him choose a satisfactory candidate. Wife, you should worry about Miss Hua. If Yalu Yi personally chooses, he has a 70% chance of choosing Hua Tianxiang. If he knew that Hua Tianxiang and Li had a good relationship, then the 70% chance might even increase to 90%. Yili frowned slightly. Then I'll have to trouble Prince to make sure that the northern tribe's prince understands the importance of choosing a crown princess from the royal family. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed softly. If Yalu Yi himself was the crown prince, he might choose a girl from the royal family. But he's choosing for Yalu Hong. Hua Tianxiang isn't from the royal family, but she is the empress's niece. Her status isn't low either. Also, it's very likely that she can drive a wedge between the emperor and the Hua family. Even though old Duke Hua doesn't go to the battlefield anymore, he still has a lot of prestige in the military. Once Hua Tianxiang marries into the northern tribes, the Hua family won't be of any help to Yalu Hong. Yili lowered her brows and pondered for a moment before raising her head to ask, what if he knows that Tianxiang is likely to be of great help to Yalu Hong after becoming the crown princess of the northern tribes? Mo Xiaoyao face-bombed and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, this might work. Let's see if we can trick Yalu Yi. Mo Jingqi was clearly taken aback by Yalu Yi's sudden words. After a moment, he recovered with a smile. Prince Yalu, are you speaking the truth? Yalu Yi's face was full of sincerity as he said, of course it's true. This humble prince has personally come to welcome the princess of the Chu state on royal father's orders. Is this not enough to show my sincerity? Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He looked at Yili, who was sitting at the side with her head lowered as she spoke to Mo Xiaoyao. Princess Ding, this matter was originally arranged by you. Do you have a candidate in mind? Yili inwardly cursed Mo Jingqi for being treacherous. She clearly had someone present the candidates in the morning. Why was Mo Jingqi acting as though he didn't know anything? Standing up, Yili respectfully said, reporting to your majesty, there are indeed a few candidates in mind. Before entering the palace, I already sent someone to report to your majesty. Your majesty must be busy with work and hasn't had the time to see them. Yalu Yi smiled as he looked at Yili, raising his brows. Since the candidates haven't been decided yet, may I ask? This humble prince doesn't know if I can participate. Didn't you say that I wanted to personally choose the princess? I'll let you see. However, the one in charge of this matter is Princess Ding. What a pleasant surprise. Yalu Yi looked at the woman across from him, his heart joyful as he thought. Reporting to your majesty, Prince Yalu is, after all, an outsider. This will damage the reputation of our Chu state's young ladies. A minister whose family's daughter was coincidentally on the list of candidates stood up, not to mention whether or not she could be chosen. If she was chosen, she would probably never be able to see the crown princess of the northern tribes for the rest of her life. If she couldn't be chosen, his daughter's reputation would be completely ruined. How could she marry in the future? The crown princess of the northern tribes is a big matter. Prince Yalu should be concerned. He just needs to be careful. Noble consort Lu, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. The empress couldn't help but frown, glancing at noble consort Lu. Even the empress didn't speak in this kind of situation. A noble consort speaking up, no matter how favored she was crossing the line. Mo Jingqi looked at noble consort Lu in surprise. Noble consort Lu's expression was still cold, sitting upright beside Mo Jingqi as though she hadn't said anything. Looking at his beloved consort, Mo Jingqi raised his brows thoughtfully and smiled. Since my beloved consort says so, Then we'll do as Prince Yelu says. Yelu Yi bowed with a smile. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Mo Jingqi smiled. It's all for the sake of the relationship between the two countries. Prince Yelu doesn't need to be so polite. The emperor so easily agreed to Prince Yelu Ye's request. All the officials present were puzzled. After all, the current emperor cared a lot about his reputation and was close to the powerful officials. This could be said to be lowering his status and was not in line with the emperor's usual behavior. Others didn't care, but Yelu Yi was very satisfied with the emperor of the Chu state. He turned back to salute from afar, laughing loudly. Then, in the future, I'll have to trouble Princess Ding to give me guidance. Yili raised her head, smiling calmly. I don't dare to give you guidance. Prince Yelu is also of noble birth. I'm sure you won't do anything rude to offend the noble ladies of the Chu state. Yelu Yi smiled, but didn't speak. He sat down and drank. The empress sat beside Mo Jingqi. She glanced sideways at the emperor and noble consort Lu, who was as cold as a pear blossom. She frowned slightly and softly said, Noble consort, Lu usually doesn't like to meddle in matters. Today, she suddenly thought of marrying a princess. Noble consort Lu lowered her eyes to look at the wine cup in front of her, calmly saying, This concubine has overstepped her boundaries. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Mo Jingqi looked left and right at his wife and beloved consort. He smiled at the empress. Noble consort Lu is also concerned about the relationship between the two countries. Your Majesty, please don't blame her. A trace of anger flashed across the empress' brows, but she quickly calmed down. She calmly said, It's fine. I heard that this time, the Lu family also has a young lady in the list of candidates. Noble consort Lu is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. I'm not someone who doesn't know the importance of things. However, Your Majesty, that girl Tianxiang is accompanying me in the palace these days. She won't be participating. If Your Majesty chooses her for the marriage, you only need to issue an imperial edict. The Hua family and I won't have any complaints. Mo Jingqi was startled. He and the empress had been husband and wife for nearly 10 years. The empress had never spoken to him in such an obviously angry tone. Thinking about it, he understood that the empress was angry because of her only niece's reputation. Thinking back to the past 10 years, although they didn't have deep feelings for each other, a legal wife was still different. Mo Jingqi couldn't help but wonder if his idea of Hua Tianxiang for the marriage was too much. The empress only had this one niece, and Chang'e only had this one cousin. In fact, Mo Jingqi knew in his heart that it was useless to let Hua Tianxiang marry into the northern tribes except to annoy the Hua family. He couldn't even sow discord between the Hua family and the Prince Ding mansion. He had just slapped the empress's face for noble consort Lu. It was nothing to make up for it. Looking at the empress's angry face, Mo Jingqi's expression softened. He patted the empress's hand and said, Don't worry. I'll have someone delete Tianxiang's name later. The empress lowered her eyes, revealing a very faint smile. She said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 271. Your Highness. Yili absent-mindedly withdrew her gaze and turned back to Mo Xiaoyao. She smiled and said, It seems that we don't need to worry about Tianxiang. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Yili smiled and said, It seems that the Empress has already helped Tianxiang convince the Emperor. The Empress had no children, but she was able to sit in the position of Empress for so many years in the palace surrounded by powerful enemies. Even the favored noble consort Lu didn't dare to offend her. It could be seen that she wasn't an easy person to deal with. Noble consort Lu had just spoken past the Empress, and the Empress only had to express a little dissatisfaction to make the Emperor relent. But noble consort Lu, Yili's clear eyes swept across the snow-robed woman in the hall. She furrowed her brows thoughtfully. The Empress' intelligence isn't inferior to anyone's. She just didn't mean it. On the other hand, Li seems to have some strange abilities. Mo Xiaoyao laughed softly. Even though they were sitting at the very front, there was still a distance between them and the dragon throne. He could see the expressions of the people above, but Emo Xiaoyao admitted that he couldn't hear the whispers of the people above in this noisy hall. Yili curled her lips and glanced at him. She said generously, "That's right. Can I read lips? Do you want to learn?" Emo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "No need. My wife can do it." Yili glanced at him and then lowered her head to look at the wine in front of her. She knew that she had revealed too many flaws in front of Emo Xiaoyao. At first, it was careless. She could attribute it to the fact that she had let down her guard after living a peaceful life for more than 10 years. Later, she gradually became unwilling to hide in front of him. Sometimes, she would even deliberately reveal a side that was different from normal people. In fact, this was also considered a test, but Emo Xiaoyao never showed any abnormality toward her difference, as if it was natural for her to be like this. Yili was surprised, but at the same time, she was secretly happy. After all, not everyone liked to wear a mask and hide their identity for the rest of their life. Because it was a welcoming banquet for the prince of the northern tribes, the banquet did not end after the banquet in the main hall. Instead, the emperor led all the concubines, princes, princesses, and officials to the highest Zhaixing pavilion in the palace to enjoy the specially arranged fireworks and large-scale singing and dancing performances. Sitting high up in the building, Yili looked at the excited emperor and raised her eyebrows disapprovingly. It was wishful thinking to use this so-called grand, welcoming banquet to intimidate the ambitious prince of the northern tribes. It was almost enough to trigger his ambition to conquer the Central Plains. After all, the northern tribes could be said to be the poorest of the four countries. Towards the Dechu state, which occupied the most fertile land of the four countries, they would definitely not have such feelings of reverence. The harsh environment and valiant temperament made them want to plunder without regard for anything else. Princess Ding, imperial uncle. The Zhaixing pavilion was much more free and casual than a main hall. After sitting for a short while, Princess Changle had already stealthily made her way to Yi Li's side. Many people's gazes were focused on the fireworks in the air and the singing and dancing below. Not many people noticed her. Yi Li lowered her head to look at her. Smiling faintly, she asked, "Why has Princess come here?" Princess Changle blinked her eyes. Leaning close to Yi Li's ear, she whispered, "Imperial Mother wants me to tell you to be careful of noble consort Lu." Startled, Yi Li raised her head to look at the nearby empress. The empress's lips curved into a faint smile as she nodded her head slightly. Yi Li nodded her head in thanks. Stroking Princess Changle's small head, she smiled and said, "So you have come to pass on a message from the empress." "Thank you, princess." Waving her small hand, Princess Changle generously replied, "There is no need for thanks. This princess also does not like noble consort Lu." "Why?" Yi Li asked curiously. Although noble consort Lu's personality was cold and detached, she would not go so far as to offend a young girl. In the past, noble consort Lu could be considered to have helped her twice and did not harbor any enmity towards her. However, this time, Yi Li could clearly sense that noble consort Lu's attitude towards her seemed to have changed since their last meeting in the palace. This was a very subtle change. On the surface, it was impossible to discern anything. It could only be described as a type of intuition. As for Yi Li, she had always trusted her intuition. This was because it had saved her life countless times on the battlefield. Curling her small lips, Princess Changle replied, "She always acts as if no one is pleasing to the eye. However, Imperial Father always listens to her. She is not good at all. Even when Jining cries, she ignores her. Imperial Mother would never treat me like this. Imperial Mother dotes on Changle the most." The last sentence was definitely meant to show off. "Jining?" Yi Li looked at Emo Xiaoyao in confusion. Indifferently, Emo Xiaoyao replied, "The Emperor's second princess, Princess Jining, noble consort Lu's daughter." Yi Li gazed forward. Only now did she realize that something seemed to be missing from noble consort Lu's side. With the Emperor's grace, all of the imperial concubines, princes, and princesses were allowed to turn off the fireworks. As a result, as long as the imperial concubines had children, They would bring their princesses and princes with them. If it could be said that the previous banquets did not allow for the presence of children due to etiquette, now that even the two one-year-old princesses and princes were being carried by their wet nurses, it was strange that noble consort Lu's two sons and one daughter were nowhere to be seen. In particular, the second princess should be 7 or 8 years old. She was not an insensible child. Was it really as Princess Changle had said, that noble consort Lu did not like her own children? Does Princess often play with Princess Zhening? Yili asked with a smile. Princess Changle shook her head. Somewhat depressed, she replied. Zhening also does not like to play with me. She only likes to play with her younger brothers. However, she does not allow me to go see them. Imperial Mother says that because I'm still young, I do not know how to take care of my younger brothers. However, Zhening is even younger than me. Yili pinched Princess Changle's small face, inwardly sighing. The Empress truly protected Princess Changle very well. Assassins. Suddenly, there was a shrill cry. Several dark shadows scuttled out from the darkness, pouncing on the stairs. Somewhat speechless, Yili rolled her eyes. Stretching out her hand, she pulled Princess Changle to her side. The stargazing pavilion was immediately thrown into chaos. A large number of imperial bodyguards swarmed towards the Emperor, Empress, princes, and princesses. The court officials and the womenfolk below were thrown into chaos, each looking for a place to hide. With a single glance, Yili understood that these men in black were not comparable to the good-for-nothing she had seen that night. Every single one of them was an expert chosen from 100. In a single exchange, the imperial bodyguards upstairs suffered a great loss. The sight of blood caused the womenfolk to shriek in fright. The entire floor was thrown into chaos. Princess Changle hid by Yi Li's side, only revealing her small head to sneak a peek. Yi Li patted her forehead and said, "Don't look. Be careful not to be frightened." Princess Changle promptly withdrew. Somewhat worried, she asked, "Princess Ding, will anything happen to my imperial mother and imperial father?" Yi Li smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Even if something happens to all of us here, nothing will happen to them." With so many imperial bodyguards surrounding them, if anything happened to them, then everyone upstairs would have already been killed by the assassins. One by one, the court officials who knew martial arts stepped forward to meet the assassins. This was not only for their own safety, but also an opportunity to display themselves before the emperor. Mo Xiaoyao sat calmly by Yi Li's side. At some point, shadow guards had appeared, steadily guarding their surroundings. Even if one or two occasionally broke through their defenses, they would be dealt with by Qingwan, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. In the chaotic upstairs, there was a strange calm on their side. Chapter 272. I say, Prince, do you want to go up and protect the Emperor? Yili looked teasingly at Mo Xiaoyao as she asked softly. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and smiled. If I go over now, the Emperor won't think I want to protect the Emperor. He'll think I want to assassinate the Emperor. Yili tilted her head and looked in Mo Jingqi's direction, shaking her head disinterestedly. It was said that the Emperor was a person who was both civil and military. How afraid of death did he have to be to have all the guards upstairs surround him? While keeping an eye on the assassins, he was also keeping an eye on them. It wasn't just Mo Xiaoyao. Right now, anyone related to the Prince Ding mansion would be treated as an assassin. Oh, in such a chaotic place, it's not good for the prince and princess to be so relaxed, right? Not far away, Yiluyi was easily dealing with the assassins. He even had time to speak to Mo Xiaoyao and Yili with a smile. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. If we can't even deal with a few assassins, what's the use of the palace guards? Yiluyi laughed loudly. Prince is right. A few small thieves aren't worth Prince Ding personally dealing with. Prince Yilu, please move to the side. The assassins have all been attracted by you. And San, who was standing in front of Yili, casually dealt with an assassin as he spoke expressionlessly. Yiluyi raised his brows. His gaze paused on a man who had fallen in front of San. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't know why these assassins always like to bother I. The guard to the Prince Ding mansion are indeed skilled. The man who had fallen to the ground didn't have a single wound on his body. There was only a very thin wound on his neck. There wasn't even much blood flowing out. However, the assassin didn't even struggle before he fell to the ground and died. Even a professional assassin might not be able to do this better. The man in front of him was only wearing the clothes of an ordinary guard, but he appeared to be completely relaxed and calm in the chaotic crowd. Watching the chaotic battle, Yili raised her eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "The assassin is here for Yeluyi?" A large portion of these assassins had come for Yeluyi. This could be because Yeluyi appeared to be the strongest, but Yeluyi's attire was completely different from that of the Dechu state. It was impossible for these assassins not to recognize him. Mo Xiaoyao stared at the handsome man who kept inching closer to them and said, "It might have something to do with him, but the assassins are all from the Central Plains. No matter if it was Yelu Yi or Yelu Hong, they would not send the northern tribes people to cause trouble in the palace. Yelu, Yi purposely led the assassins here to test your strength." Mo Xiaoyao's strength was well known throughout the world. There was no need to rely on a few assassins to test his strength. Of course, Yi could not rely on a few assassins to kill him, so he could only do it for Yi Li, who was sitting beside him. Yi Li smiled and said, "Do I need to make a move in this kind of situation?" And San in front softly replied, "Of course not. It's just a few assassins. If Wang Fei needs to personally make a move, doesn't that mean that this subordinate's existence is useless?" Yi Li raised her eyes to look at San and said with a smile, "You are now Wang Fei's left and right hand, not a shadow guard. Can I trouble you not to rush to the front lines?" Hearing this, San's face immediately fell. He still liked the days of being a shadow guard. If an enemy came, he would just rush up and beat them to a pulp. Unlike now, he had to wait for the shadow guards to slip through the net before it was his turn. It just so happened that the shadow guards of the Ding Prince's residence were very qualified. Basically, there would not be any fish that would slip through the net. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I feel that he is not trying to test Li's martial arts, but rather Wang Li's courage." Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, Yi Li was silent for a long time before leisurely replying, "Marrying into the Ding Prince's residence. Could it be that this still does not prove Wang Fei's courage? If it were any other girl who had just been annulled by the Prince of Li and then betrothed to Prince Ding, they might as well hang themselves with a piece of white silk. The fact that she was still alive was enough to prove that her courage was not small. Okay? Not far away, a child's cry could be heard. Princess Changle stared blankly for a moment before suddenly crying out, "It's Zhening, Princess Ding." Sitting to the side, Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand. Two shadow guards withdrew from the battlefield without leaving a trace, quickly flying towards the source of the cry. Yi Li looked at noble consort Lu, who was sitting by the emperor's side, and wrinkled her brows. Even they had heard Princess Zhening's cry. She did not believe that noble consort Lu had not heard it. However, noble consort Lu's expression remained as calm as usual. Even the empress frowned as she glanced in that direction. As the birth mother, she acted as if she had not heard anything. In the past, she only felt that noble consort Lu's temperament was cold and untainted. However, looking at her now, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. A woman who did not even care about the safety of her own daughter. What exactly was she thinking in her heart? Surrounded by layers of imperial bodyguards, the empress calmly said a few words to Mo Jingqi. Mo Jingqi raised his head and looked in their direction. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li sitting calmly to the side, his eyes darkened. In a clear voice, he said, "Prince Ding, I'll have to trouble you to bring our second princess back." Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He stood up and smiled at Yi Li before flying out of the building. With Mo Xiaoyao's status, it was fine for him to sit and not do anything. However, if the emperor personally ordered him not to do anything, then it would be inexcusable. The empress clearly did not expect that Mo Xiaoyao would ask Mo Xiaoyao to go save the princess. She stared blankly in the direction of Yi Li, frowning with worry. First, she had to worry about Princess Ding. Her daughter was still young. If Prince Ding was not there to protect her, how could she be at ease? Glancing at noble consort Lu, who was sitting calmly on the side, the Empress's face darkened for the first time. Zhen Ning was taken away by the assassins. Noble consort Lu, aren't you worried at all? Noble consort Lu calmly withdrew her gaze from the outside of the building and said indifferently, "There are so many imperial bodyguards in the palace. Of course, they will bring Zhen Ning back safely. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for making you worry." The Empress was so angry that she felt suffocated. She snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. She just kept watching Yi Li and Changle over there. With the Emperor's temper, he would never allow her to send someone to bring Changle over, even if the one in the chaos was his own daughter. As soon as Mo Xiaoyao left, the besieging assassins became fiercer. Obviously, these assassins were afraid that Mo Xiaoyao had not done anything yet, so they did not use their full strength. Now that Mo Xiaoyao was no longer present, they naturally had to take advantage of the time before he returned to finish off the enemies in front of them. A black-clothed assassin was thrown to the side of Yi Li's feet. Princess Changle, who had a sinister expression on her face, could not help but shriek. Yi Li frowned. Rising, she ordered, "An heir, Qingluan, take 2 people to protect Princess Changle." An heir looked at Yi Li with disapproval. Princess Changle tightly gripped Yi Li's clothes, unwilling to let go. Although she was still young, having grown up in the palace, Princess Changle's intuition was superior to that of ordinary people. Being by Princess Ding's side made her feel extremely at ease. Yi Li pulled her hand away, softly saying, "Good child, it is very dangerous to be by my side. Follow the 2 of them to a safe place." Princess Changle blinked her eyes and gazed at her. "Princess Ding, come with me." Yi Li smiled faintly and shook her head. She swept a glance at Yilu Yi, who was fighting skillfully. So long as she moved, Yilu Yi would definitely draw the assassins toward her. Since this was the case, it was better to stand here and deal with any changes by remaining unchanged. The princess must be obedient. Do not let your imperial mother worry, understand? Princess Changle hesitantly glanced at the nearby empress, who was nervously watching her. In the end, she obediently nodded her head. Chapter 273. In the midst of the fight, Yilu Yi turned back to glance at Yi Li, who was still standing not far away. He raised his brows and smiled. Princess is indeed brave. Yi Li leaned against the pillar, calmly saying, "If Prince Yilu didn't lead them here, I would be happier. Actually, right now I'm so scared my legs can't move." Having his intentions exposed, Yilu Yi didn't feel embarrassed at all. He smiled and said, "Princess Consort found out, Actually, this one only wanted to be a hero saving a beauty. I believe Princess won't blame this one, right?" Hearing this, San raised his brows. He grabbed an assassin with one hand and thrust it forward. The bright light of the blade pierced towards Yilu Yi. Hearing the wind, Yilu Yi nimbly turned around and kicked the assassin who had lost control. "This one, be careful." San expressionlessly raised his hand, apologizing without sincerity. It was a slip of the hand. "Prince, please forgive me." Yilu Yi raised his brows, smiling. Princess indeed has many capable people by her side. Of course, I won't blame you. Yilu Yi, go die. It seemed that this casual fight had finally hurt the assassin's pride. With a loud roar, several black-clothed men threw themselves at Yilu Yi. Their attacks were so fierce that it made one's heart tremble. Yilu Yi finally began to gather his energy to deal with them. Yi Li leaned against the pillar, looking at the chaos around them. She gave Mo Jingqi, who was surrounded by guards, a high degree of disdain. His subject for being slaughtered by assassins. As the monarch, half of his guards didn't move. He refused to let them leave his side to deal with the assassins. She even said that Mo Jingqi was good at controlling people's hearts. Now, it seemed that in the face of life and death, he had forgotten everything. even though it wasn't a life and death situation yet. With a few clear sounds, several more black-clothed men rushed into the building. Yili couldn't help but frown. The palace was heavily guarded. How capable were these assassins to be able to infiltrate the palace on such a large scale? And the palace guards. It had been almost 15 minutes, but not a single guard had arrived. Faintly feeling that something was wrong, Yili began to move out of the building without leaving a trace. There was a strange sound in the air. Yili narrowed her eyes and said sternly, "Let's go. They want to set fire to the building." Just as he finished speaking, an heir, who was in the corner, had already grabbed Princess Changle and flew out. Behind them, Qinghuan nodded to Yi Li and followed them out. And San, who was beside Yi Li, beat back an assassin with a palm. He grabbed Yi Li and jumped out of Zhaixing Lu amidst the rain of arrows. Yi Li found a place to hide and steadied herself. When she turned around, the first and second floors of Zhaixing Lu were already on fire. Apparently, there were some fire arrows among the arrows, and Yi Li smelled some fuel from upstairs. Moreover, it was the beginning of June. Zhaixing Lu was made of wood and paint, so it was easy to set fire. Everyone was on the third floor. Once the fire started, the already chaotic Zhaixing Lu was filled with endless screams and cries for help. And San saved them. "Wang Fei, we didn't bring many people into the palace." And San frowned. Yi Li said in a low voice, "Don't worry about me. Save them first." Today, those who had the qualifications to ascend Zhaixing Lu were all important officials of the court. Not to mention more than half dead, even a few injured would be troublesome. Helpless, and San could only wave his hand for the shadow guards who had followed behind to go upstairs and save them. Very quickly, Mo Jingqi and the other imperial concubines were all rescued by the guards. The guards who had originally surrounded Mo Jingqi and had no place to fight immediately faced the assassins outside. In the darkness, no one knew how many assassins there were. The imperial concubines, princes, and princesses of high status were still fine, as they had people protecting them. As for the imperial concubines who were not ranked in the rankings, no one would care if they died. Upon landing, the Empress looked all around. With great difficulty, she finally saw Yi Li. Without caring for anything else, she hurriedly ran over. "Wang Fei, Changle," Yi Li said. "Wang Fei, there is no need to worry. Princess Changle has already been sent to a safe place." The Empress let out a breath, smiling faintly. "Thank you. Be careful." Yi Li pulled the Empress away, pushing her towards the guards who had followed over. Tilting her head, she dodged the incoming blade and nimbly slipped past the assassin's side. The assassin, who had originally been determined to succeed, only felt a chill in his chest. Dazedly lowering his head, he saw blood spurt out from his chest. Yi Li turned her head and said to the guards, "Take Her Highness the Empress to a safe place." The phoenix embroidered on the Empress's clothes was too dazzling. She had only just landed when 2 arrows greeted her. After instructing the guards, Yi Li's hand flashed, and she once again melded into the darkness. Her eyes calmly stared at everything in front of her. "Princess Ding is indeed nimble. This humble prince admires you." A voice sounded from beside her, carrying a trace of ridicule. Yi Li narrowed her eyes, elbowing the person who had suddenly appeared beside her. The person who had come was clearly not an easy person to deal with. He raised his hand, intending to grab her arm. Yi Li's lips hooked into a cold smile. She quickly pulled out a dagger from her sleeve and slashed it towards the person who had come. The person who had come snorted and dodged to the side. In the blink of an eye, Yi Li had already sent out a flying kick. She could clearly see that the person in front of her was Yilu Yi, who had run off to who knew where in the chaos. Yilu Yi raised his hand to block, but then let go because Yi Li's dagger was already a bayonet. Yilu Yi turned around and helplessly said with a smile, "Princess Ding, the enemy is right in front of us. Are we still going to have internal strife?" He had seen many women who knew martial arts. The women of the northern tribes, regardless of age, all knew a few moves. But this was the first time he had seen a woman with such fierce moves. Compared to a specially trained assassin, she was not inferior. Yi finally confirmed that now was not a good time to provoke her. If they fought and someone else took advantage of the situation, they would really be trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Yi flew to the side and looked coldly at him as she said, "Internal strife?" Prince Yi used the wrong words. "It must be that you are not used to the language of the Dechu state." Yi rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "At least we're on the same side now, aren't we? This one only wanted to protect Princess. Now it seems that there is no need." Yi looked at him with a fake smile and said, "There is no need to protect me. Prince Yi should stay further away from me. Be careful not to injure others." Yi watched as Yi accurately used a dagger to cut the neck of a person who had tried to sneak attack her. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his neck. This was the princess consort of the Dechu State's Ding country. She really was as vicious as the legendary Prince Ding. But only this kind of woman was interesting. Protect the emperor. The imperial guards of the palace finally arrived. The large group of imperial guards rushed in and caused the originally dark situation to lose their advantage. Yi turned back to look at the one-sided situation. She did not hesitate to turn and head deeper into the palace. Yi, who had been staring at her, rubbed his chin and followed with interest. Yi quickly shuttled through the gloomy palace, as if she had walked through the palace thousands of times before and was familiar with the layout of the palace. The slender figure nimbly landed under the eaves of a palace. Yi stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look at the eaves behind her. She said lightly, "Prince Yi, why are you following Ben Fei at this time?" Having been discovered, Yi didn't dawdle and jumped down from the roof. He said with a smile, "Is Princess going to find Prince Ding? Do you know where Prince Ding is?" Yi said lightly, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with Prince Yi. If Prince Yi has the time to think about this, why don't you think about how to explain why you started assassinating people when you just arrived in the Dechu state?" Chapter 274. Just now at Jiaxing Lu, the assassin had directly called out Ye's name. At that time, many people had heard it. Not many people knew about the assassination at the Lantern Festival, but it did not mean that it would not spread. If there were any important casualties tonight, those noble families would most likely place the blame on Yi. Yi said innocently, "This one has come from afar. Who knew that the Dechu state is more dangerous than our northern tribes?" Yi sneered, "I think that compared to the northern tribes, Prince Yi is more like someone from our Dechu state." Finishing, she did not care about Ye's expression and turned to quickly walk forward. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked a short distance in the imperial palace. Probably because of the assassin, most of the guards had gone to Jiaxing Lu. At this time, the imperial palace was not as strict as usual. Yi frowned as she walked. If someone were to sneak into the palace at this time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yi leisurely followed behind Yi. He could see that Princess Ding was not aimlessly searching the palace, but was going in a certain direction. But with his eyesight, he could not find any traces of Mo Xiaoyao. After thinking for a long time, he could only conclude that it was a secret mark of the Ding Palace that he did not know about. Very quickly, the two of them reached the peach forest at the edge of the Imperial Garden. Yi frowned. "Wang Fei, are you sure you didn't find the wrong place?" Yi jumped over the river in front of her and said calmly, "I did not ask Prince to follow." When her feet touched the ground, Yi did not hesitate to enter the peach forest. Yi shrugged and followed with a smile. "Wang Fei is not worried about this one. Are you not afraid that I will follow behind you and sneak attack?" "You could try." Yi rubbed his nose and was speechless. Although he was not timid, he was not someone who liked to seek death. Not to mention Princess Ding's strength. He had vaguely sensed that someone was following them the moment they entered the Imperial Garden. It would have been fine if that was all, but he was still unable to determine who the person following them was. It was purely because of his intuition that he had escaped death countless times since he was young. Since Princess Ding had said so, Yi Lui, she knew that the people following them must be from the Prince Ding mansion. He could not help but hate the strength of the Prince Ding mansion. The palace was in a complete mess, but Yi Lui dared to guarantee that even the most inconspicuous guard in the Prince Ding mansion did not feel the slightest bit of panic. Not long after Yi Lui entered the forest, he heard voices coming from afar. However, it didn't sound like a fight. Instead, it sounded like a woman arguing about something. Looking at Yi Lihu's expression, he couldn't see clearly. Yi Lui laughed in amusement. Following this woman was indeed the right choice. In the peach blossom forest, Princess Zhenning sat on the ground, staring blankly at her mother, who was completely different from usual. Earlier, she had been frightened. She clearly wanted to throw herself into her mother's arms and cry, but she could only sit on the ground in a daze, not even daring to cry out loud. Because her mother did not even look at her. Although she was still young, she was extremely sensitive and knew that her mother did not want her to disturb her. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the white-clothed woman in front of him and could not help but frown. Since Princess Zhenning is fine, I will take my leave. Not long after chasing out of Zhaixing Lu, he discovered that the assassins who had kidnapped Princess Zhenning had no intention of harming her. They only wanted to draw him away. However, Mo Xiaoyao did not expect that the kidnappers were arranged by the woman in front of him. She actually predicted that Mo Jingxi would ask him to save Princess Zhenning. It seemed that he had underestimated noble consort Lu's influence on Mo Jingxi. "Do you hate me that much?" Noble consort Lu said faintly. Her usually cold and indifferent voice had a hint of hidden bitterness in it. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and turned to look at noble consort Lu. "I don't hate you or not." Hearing this, noble consort Lu's face paled. She gently bit her red lips, unable to speak. This answer was actually more rewarding than pure hate. In Mo Xiaoyao's eyes, she did not even have the right to make him hate her, because there was no relationship between them to begin with. Why do you treat me like this?" Noble consort Lu asked in a trembling voice. Her cold face had a hint of fragility and sadness. Compared to her usual high and mighty appearance, she had a hint of gentleness and helplessness. She raised her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao and asked unwillingly, "Why do you never look at me? In the past, it was Su Zuidi. Now it's Yi Li. I've never been worse than them. Xiaoyao, why don't you look at me?" Whether it was family background, appearance, or talent, she had never lost to anyone. Even if it was Su Zuidi, who was the most beautiful woman in the world, she had never felt that she was more beautiful than her. However, ever since she was a teenager, this man whom she had fallen in love with at first sight had never been willing to look at her more than once. In the past, he only looked at Su Zuidi and smiled gently at her. He only accompanied her to play the zither, recite poems, and paint. He would never see her by his side. Originally, she thought that since Su Zuidi was no longer around, he would not treat anyone differently. But now, as a woman who wholeheartedly admired Mo Xiaoyao, she was more sensitive than anyone else. Mo Xiaoyao treated Yi Li even more differently than Su Zuidi. Mo Xiaoyao frowned with displeasure. He was not unaware of noble consort Lu's feelings for him. It was just that when he was young, he did not care at all. The second young master of the Ding Kingdom was the dream of many women in the capital. The number of women in the capital who secretly admired him was uncountable. Also, because of his mother and father, he would not pay attention to other women when he already had a fiancée. After noble consort Lu entered the palace, it was even more impossible for him to have any thoughts. No matter how much he hated Mo Jingxi, he would not stoop so low as to seduce his concubine. So he completely could not understand noble consort Lu's grievances. "Noble consort Lu, be careful with your words. My name is not something that anyone can call." Noble consort Lu gritted her teeth. "Why are you never willing to look at me? Am I really not as good as your eyes?" Mo Xiaoyao frowned. "I advise you to respect your identity. I can give up the identity of noble consort." Noble consort Lu raised her voice and cried, "Do you think I like being noble consort? None of this is what I want. As long as you. I can give up everything. Mo Xiaoyao frowned as he looked at the woman in white who had clearly lost control. He turned to leave with an indifferent expression. Don't go. Noble consort Lu shouted and threw herself at Mo Xiaoyao, trying to grab his sleeve. However, although her martial arts were not weak, she was not on the same level as Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao did not intend to hurt her and only waved her away. Noble consort Lu's body swayed and finally fell to the ground. Don't go. Xiaoyao, I have something important to tell you. Mo Jingqi has bad intentions towards the Prince Ding mansion. He wants to scheme against you. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at her and said indifferently, when has the emperor ever had good intentions towards the Prince Ding mansion? In the past, you protected Miss Li several times. Today, I saved Princess Zhen Ning as I return the favor. Noble consort Lu, take care of yourself. Our emperor is not a magnanimous person. Chapter 275. Why? What an iron-hearted man. Noble consort Lu is a rare beauty. In a dark corner of the peach forest, Yeluyi gloated by Yi Li's side. Yi Li glanced at him indifferently. She was surprised to see noble consort Lu here. When she came down from Zhaixing Lu, noble consort Lu was still by Mo Jingqi's side. How did she escape and appear in the peach forest in such a short time? Noble consort Lu had long known about Mo Xiaoyao's feelings. She also knew about Mo Xiaoyao's feelings, so she wasn't angry to see them. She was just surprised by noble consort Lu's deep love for Mo Xiaoyao. Looking at Princess Zhen Ning, who was still sitting on the ground and not daring to speak, Yi Li secretly shook her head. It wasn't wrong to be deeply in love with a man, but it wasn't good to be careless about it. How careless did noble consort Lu have to be to tell her about her feelings for Mo Xiaoyao in front of her? Although Princess Zhen Ning was only 8 years old, in the imperial family, an 8-year-old child wasn't ignorant. What do you think, princess? Do you want to go out and take a look? Yeluyi smiled. Look at how affectionate noble consort Lu is. Doesn't princess have any thoughts? What if Prince Ding is moved? Yi Li glanced at him disinterestedly. If the prince wants to sow discord, he should use a clever excuse. Did he think she was stupid to go out now? Right now, noble consort Lu was probably just sad. If she appeared in front of her again, noble consort Lu would probably hate her to the heavens. Of course, it didn't mean she didn't hate her now. Yi Li reminded herself to be careful of noble consort Lu in the future. She was clearly disfigured, but she was still able to recruit people. Obviously, she wasn't completely disfigured. Yi Li calculated silently in her heart. In the peach forest, Mo Xiaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at noble consort Lu, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and turned to leave without hesitation. Mo Xiaoyao walked out of the peach forest and stood by the riverside for a while before turning his head and saying with a smile, Li, since you're here, why aren't you coming out? Yi Li strolled out from the peach forest and smiled faintly. Isn't it because I don't want to ruin Prince's plans? Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a while before he said, I suddenly felt my heart skip a beat. Is Li trying to ruin I's face again? Yi Li glared at him fiercely. She would never admit that her thoughts had been guessed by him. Yeluyi followed behind Yi Li and leisurely walked out. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said with a smile, Prince Ding is truly extraordinary. This little prince admires you. Mo Xiaoyao calmly said, Prince Yelu is too polite. I cannot compare to Prince Yelu. Before he finished, Mo Xiaoyao turned to look at the other side of the imperial garden. Yeluyi said, It seems that someone is looking for Prince Yelu. Yeluyi looked over and saw several figures hurrying over. They were clearly the palace guards. It seemed that no matter how afraid Mo Jingqi was of death, he had not forgotten that there was an important guest present. Yeluyi clicked his tongue and smiled brightly at Yi Li, saying, I won't bother the palace guards. Princess Ding, let's meet again tomorrow. After speaking, He leaped into the peach forest and disappeared. This subordinate greets prince, greets princess. Several guards came over. When they saw Mo Xiaoyao and Yili standing side by side, they were stunned and hurried forward to greet them. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. "What are you doing?" The leader of the guards said, replying to Prince, "We discovered that Prince Yelu and Princess Ding had disappeared in the chaos. This subordinate has been ordered by the emperor to search everywhere." Mo Xiaoyao nodded, calmly saying, "Princess is worried about so she came over to take a look. Just send someone to report to His Majesty that Princess Consort is with Ben Wang. As for Prince Yelu, you can continue to search." The guards naturally did not dare to delay. After bidding farewell to the two, they went to report to Mo Jingqi and continued to search for Yelu Yi. Yili turned back to look at the peach forest, frowning. "Noble consort Lu." Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili back, softly chuckling. "Noble consort Lu has nothing to do with this husband. Wife, don't wrongly accuse me." Yili rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Is it okay to leave noble consort Lu inside?" Mo Xiaoyao said, "Noble consort Lu is not as simple as you think. Do you think she can come here from Zhaixing Lu in such a short time with ordinary skills? If you have a good relationship with the Empress, it's best to remind her to be careful of noble consort Lu." Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao strangely. Previously, he said he owed noble consort Lu a favor. Although he had just repaid it, he couldn't just turn his back on her, right? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile, saying, "Do you think that just because I accepted her, she would really leave with me without anything?" Yili raised her eyebrows. "Wasn't that the case?" Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "How could an aristocratic family raise a woman who would do anything for love? If she really did not want anything like she said, how could she give birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter in a row and be the most favored in the harem? She doesn't really want to be with me. She just can't bear that I turned a blind eye to her in the past and now treat you so well." Yili frowned. She believed that noble consort Lu had true feelings for Mo Xiaoyao. At least, it was not completely with a purpose. Such a proud woman begged a man in such a situation when she knew the odds were not good. It was impossible that there was no sincerity and hope in her heart. However, no matter how sincere she was, it was useless. Mo Xiaoyao already belonged to her. She refused to let anyone else touch him. When they left the imperial garden, Mo Jingqi had already sent people to wait for them at the exit. With such a big thing happening in the palace, it was naturally impossible for them to leave so easily. Everyone went back to wash up and sleep. Although there were many assassins who infiltrated the palace this time, compared to the thousands of palace guards, it was just a drop in the ocean. The reason why they were able to create such a big scene was because they had the element of surprise. However, it could be seen that the palace guards were not as strict as imagined. It was no wonder that the shadow guard of the Prince Ding mansion secretly looked down on the palace guards. At least, no assassins had ever broken into the Prince Ding mansion in the past 100 years. After being frightened by the assassins, Mo Jingqi naturally could not sleep. He brought the frightened officials to the Dragon Ascension Hall, where political affairs were handled. Yili and Mo Xiaoyao had just walked to the door when they heard Mo Xiaoyao's angry scolding. He was clearly reprimanding the guards for their negligence. Yili raised her eyebrows. She remembered that the current commander of the palace guards was Lung Haoyu's elder brother, Lung Qingyu. Stepping into the hall, they saw a young man who looked somewhat similar to Lung Haoyu kneeling on the ground, respectfully listening to Mo Jingqi's reprimand. Seeing the two enter, Mo Jingqi finally suppressed his desire to continue scolding. He thoughtfully stared at the two who walked in hand, asking, "Why is Princess Ding together with Prince Ding?" Yili smiled faintly. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Yili was worried about my prince's safety, so I brought people to look for him. In a rush, I did not have the time to report to Your Majesty. Please forgive me." Mo Jingqi looked at Yili with a complicated gaze before forcing out a smile. Prince Ding and Princess Ding are deeply in love. It's indeed a legend in the Chu state. It's natural for Princess to be worried about Prince Ding. How can we blame you? Yili seemed to be relieved. She smiled and said, Yili thanks your majesty for your understanding. Chapter 276. Is my Princess Zhenning all right? Mo Xiaoyao turned his gaze to Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao nodded mildly. Princess Zhenning was a little frightened, but she wasn't injured. That's good. Mo Jingqi smiled. Zhenning is Zhen's beloved daughter. If anything happens to her, Zhen and my beloved concubine will be extremely distressed. Although he was smiling, Yili did not see the slightest hint of joy in his smile. What does Prince Ding think of tonight's incident? Mo Xiaoyao stared at Mo Jingqi and asked. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said thoughtfully, This official doesn't know, but they shouldn't have come for your majesty. Although most of the guards were protecting the emperor, those assassins didn't try to break through the encirclement to assassinate the emperor. Even if they really killed all the officials upstairs, it would at most make the emperor angry, but the actual impact wouldn't be that big. It was probably just a reshuffle of the cards in the imperial court. But, official Lung, may I ask why the imperial guards arrived so late? Mo Xiaoyao turned around and pointed his gun at Lung Qingyu, who was still kneeling on the ground. Lung Qingyu looked up at Mo Xiaoyao and said in a low voice, At that time, the assassins split up and attacked the palace several times. This official was careless and fell for the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Please punish me, your majesty. Careless? Mo Xiaoyao said with a cold smile. It seems that Senior Lung has already forgotten the reason for the existence of the imperial guards. Since you know that someone broke into the palace, regardless of whether there were assassins at Jiaxing Lu, shouldn't the first thing official Lung should do is to go to Jiaxing Lu to protect the emperor? The dignified commander of the imperial guards was actually lured away by a few assassins. I think you should change your position as the commander of the imperial guards. Lung Qingyu's indifferent expression stiffened, but he knew that Prince Ding was right. He had indeed failed in his duty tonight. No matter what Prince Ding said, he had no room to refute. That's enough. Mo Jingqi frowned. Tonight, it was indeed Qingyu's fault. He'll be fined half a year's salary. The guards in the palace also need to be reorganized. Next time, I won't let them off easily. Mo Jingqi's words were equivalent to not punishing Lung Qingyu. The Lung family was a big family with a big business, and they didn't lack half a year's salary. Even if they were punished, they wouldn't be punished. Originally, if it was someone else, even if they didn't lose their head, they would probably lose their official position. However, since the emperor had already spoken first, it was not good for him to say anything more. Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and did not refute. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao did not say anything, Mo Jingqi nodded in satisfaction. Tonight's matter should be left to Prince Ding to investigate, right? I'm sure Prince Ding will give me an explanation as soon as possible. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. There is still a month before I leave for the northern tribes. Also, the prince of the northern tribes and his residents have many other matters to attend to. I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything else. Mo Jingqi paused and did not force him. He nodded and said, I didn't consider it thoroughly. Fine, I'll leave it to Prime Minister Liu to investigate. Mo Xiaoyao did not have any objections. In fact, even if he did, Mo Jingqi would not listen to him. After leaving the palace, in the carriage, Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao strangely. You're helping Lung Qingyu? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile and raised his brows. You can tell. Yili pursed her lips. It's too obvious. Everyone could tell that Mo Xiaoyao was deliberately targeting Lung Qingyu in the palace. But at the same time, even if Mo Xiaoyao really disliked Lung Qingyu, there was no need to make things difficult for him at that time. And with Mo Xiaoyao's personality, if Mo Xiaoyao wanted to demote him, he would definitely protect him. If it weren't for Mo Xiaoyao making things difficult for him, no matter how much Mo Jingqi trusted Lung Qingyu, he would not have only fined him half a year's salary. How come I didn't know that your relationship with Lung Qingyu is so good? Is it because of Lung Er? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. Lung Er doesn't need me to give him face. Besides, even if I save a beggar on a roadside, he won't ask me to help his elder brother. Yili lowered her brows and thought for a moment before looking up at him. You want to help Mo Jingqi and the Lung family? Mo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned against the carriage and said with a smile, My wife is so smart. This is just a small trick. Mo Jingqi will understand it later. However, as long as Mo Jingqi has the slightest suspicion, even if he knows it in his heart, he can't help but guard against Lung Qingyu. This way, it will be easier for us to add fuel to the fire in the future. Yili understood that this was paving the way in advance. If Mo Jingqi and the Ding King's manor were at peace in the future, Lung Qingyu would naturally be his confidant. If it was inevitable, Mo Jingqi's trusted aides would naturally be eliminated by the Ding King's manor. Thinking of Mo Xiaoyao's long journey in more than a month, Yili couldn't help but frown. For some reason, there was a faint uneasiness in her heart. What's wrong, Lili? Mo Xiaoyao looked down at her deeply furrowed brows and asked softly. Yili looked up at him. What are your plans for going to the northern tribes? Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. Don't worry, Lili. The northern tribes won't attack me openly. Although there are many things in the dark. Who has the Ding King's manor been afraid of for so many years? Yili frowned. It's better to be careful. Knowing that she was worried about him, Mo Xiaoyao took her into his arms and said softly, I know. Don't worry, Lili. I'll come back safely. Yili nodded heavily, one hand unconsciously grasping Mo Xiaoyao's lapel. The next morning, while Yili was still practicing martial arts on the training ground, Director Mo hurried to report that the prince of the northern tribes had asked for an audience. Yili also knew that there was only a little more than a month's time. Not only did she have to choose a suitable bride, but more importantly, she also had to teach the bride the etiquette and rules of the royal family. This was not something that could be done in a day. Since the founding of the Dechu state, they had never sent their princesses to foreign countries for political marriages. Even if the marriage was really arranged, it would take nearly a year's time. This time, Mo Jingqi suddenly agreed to the marriage with the northern tribes. The conditions of both sides were relaxed, as if it was child's play. Although no one really treated this marriage as a big deal, they still had to go through the motions on the surface. Is the prince here? Yili threw her sword back into the sheath hanging at the side. Director Mo said, Feng San young master came early this morning to request an audience with the prince. The prince has gone out. Yili nodded. Invite Prince Yelu to the hall. Also, send over the list of the capital's noble ladies that was organized a few days ago. Princess Consort, this Prince Ding Mansion's door is really not easy to enter. Before Chief Steward Mo could answer, Yeluye's laughter came from afar. Outside the crescent-shaped door, Yeluye narrowed his eyes at the guards of the Ding King's manor, blocking his way. His expression didn't change, but he felt regretful that he couldn't force his way in. As expected of the Ding King's manor that had caused so many assassins and spies to return in failure. The security was more than 10 times better than the Dechu State's palace. Looking at the indifferent guards in front of him, Yeluye didn't force his way in. As long as these people didn't let him in, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the encirclement in a short time. Besides, angering the beauty was not worth it. Chapter 277. Withdraw. Yili appeared behind the guards with Chief Steward Mo and said softly. The guards silently accepted the order and withdrew. Yeluye raised his eyebrows and sized up the woman in front of him. Different from the previous times, this time Yili was wearing a simple white dress with a green belt around her waist. Her black hair was casually pulled up without any makeup, without any powder. It showed her picturesque appearance and extraordinary temperament. Yeluye smiled and said, Did this one disturb Wang Fei? Yili looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, If Wang Fei is really worried about disturbing, why force your way in? Yalu Yi smiled innocently and said, "This one just wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Ding Guo Wangfu." Who knew that Ding Guo Wangfu would be so strict? Yili didn't feel the need to refute this kind of sophistry. She smiled faintly and said, "Wang Fei, please have tea in the front hall. Ben Fei will leave first." "Wait." Yalu Yi stepped forward. Chief Steward Mo, who was standing beside Yili, also stepped forward to block Yalu Yi. He smiled faintly and said, "Wang Fei, please conduct yourself with dignity." Yalu Yi laughed loudly and said, "Was Wang Fei practicing martial arts just now? This one is very curious about the martial arts of the Central Plains. I don't know if I have the honor to exchange pointers with Wang Fei." Chief Steward Mo said, "Dingguo Wangfu is full of experts. If Wang Fei wants to exchange pointers, this one can choose a few to exchange pointers with Wang Fei. Even this old man can accompany Wang Fei to pass the time." Yalu Yi smiled and looked at Yi Li, saying, "I naturally know that Dingguo Wangfu is full of experts. However, this one wants to experience Ding Guo Wang Fei's skills." Yi Li said faintly, "I thought that I had already exchanged pointers with Wang Fei last night. What's more, Wang Fei's martial arts were also learned from the Central Plains. Since that's the case, what is there to be curious about?" Yalu Yi was startled. His martial arts were indeed learned from the people of the Central Plains. However, he had always avoided using the martial arts of the Central Plains. So it turned out that he didn't avoid other people's eyes. Wang Fei has good eyesight. Last night, he had hurriedly skipped a few moves. It was truly regrettable. Yi Li lowered her eyes and turned, saying, "If that's the case, then Prince Yalu, please." Finishing, she turned and went in first. Looking at Yi Li's back, Yalu Yi raised his eyebrows and happily followed after her. After entering the training grounds behind the wall, Yalu Yi was slightly disappointed. This training grounds that was hidden in the depths of the back courtyard of the Ding King's manor was no different from other places. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was only natural. Mo Xiaoyao had been crippled for 7 to 8 years, so he didn't need to use the martial arts arena. Furthermore, even if there were any secrets in the Ding King's residence, it was impossible for it to be placed openly in a residence that could be broken into at any time. Although no one had successfully broken into the residence for so many years. What he didn't know was that half a month ago, this place was completely different. However, now that Yi Li had a better choice, she got rid of the simplified versions in the manor. As for her daily training, she didn't need them anymore. Yi Li walked to the middle of the training grounds and turned around to look at Yalu Yi, who was following behind her. She calmly said, "Prince Yalu, please." Yalu Yi couldn't help but frown. He just realized that this Ding country princess consort wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He didn't believe that Yi Li couldn't see that he didn't really want to spar with her. However, she pretended not to know and walked to the training grounds with a serious expression, waiting for him to start. She even put on an expression as if he was a guest, as if she wanted to let him exchange a few moves to fulfill the etiquette of a host. This made Yalu Yi not know whether to laugh or cry, wanting a woman to give way to him during a martial arts competition. If this was spread back to the northern tribes, his crown Prince Gij would laugh him to death. He was the 7th prince of the northern tribes with a noble status and extraordinary appearance. Even those bold and generous northern tribes women couldn't help but blush and shy in front of him. However, this woman had been deliberately teased by him several times, but she didn't have the slightest reaction. If a woman could remain calm even when an extraordinary man deliberately tried to be friendly to her, then it had to be said that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Walking to the training grounds, Yalu Yi smiled and said, "Does Princess Consort not take a weapon? Does Princess Consort learn the sword?" Yi Li said indifferently, "Prince also said that I learned the sword. How would I dare to show off what I'm still learning?" Yalu Yi nodded. "I also feel that Princess Consort uses a short weapon very well." It wasn't just good. Thinking of the 2 unexpected stabs last night, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Princess Consort, please." "Please," Yi Li said. On the training grounds of the Ding Country King's Fu, Yalu Yi stared intently at the white-clothed woman opposite him. Neither of them made the first move. Looking at the calm and sharp woman in front of him, Yaluye's expression didn't change, but he was inwardly shocked. Now he understood why last year's outstanding archery princess Ling Yun was defeated by a Ding country princess consort who didn't even know how to use a bow. When experts exchange blows, it didn't just test physical strength, speed, moves, and internal energy. More importantly, it tested the determination to win and the momentum to overwhelm the opponent. Yaluyi didn't know how high the woman's martial arts were, but he could tell from her calm demeanor and the sharp blade-like aura flowing in her calm eyes that she was not afraid of anything. The mental state of the Ding country king's Fu was enough to rank her among the top experts. The atmosphere on the training grounds gradually became heavy. Yaluyi frowned and pulled out a soft sword from his waist. "Princess consort, please." Yili stood with her hands clasped behind her back, indifferently saying, "Prince, please." Yaluyi couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this Ding country consort had decided to let him make the first move. Before, when he said that he wanted to compete with Yili, other than wanting to come in and take a look, it was more of a joke to talk to her. But now that the pretense had become real, he couldn't even not compete. Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Yaluyi smiled. Since that's the case, this little prince won't be polite. The soft sword in his hand trembled, drawing a sword flower in the air. Yaluyi used a very ordinary opening move to stab towards Yili. Yili frowned slightly, quickly moving to the side. A cold light flashed from her sleeve. A dagger that could cut iron like mud stabbed towards Yaluyi's heart. After a few moves, Yaluyi finally put away the relaxed expression in his eyes. He finally understood why Yili dared to let him have the first move so generously. It wasn't because she was arrogant or ignorant, but because she really did have the strength to match her opponent. After several moves, Yaluyi had already discovered that if he persisted in using this kind of tepid sword style, he wouldn't be able to defeat this seemingly delicate, white-clothed woman in front of him. Yili's moves were swift and fierce, each move hiding a murderous intent. Completely different from the gentle and beautiful moves of the average woman, she didn't care whether the moves looked good or not. The only thing she cared about was whether the moves were useful or not. In the beginning, clearing out the enemy made Yaluyi's hands and feet somewhat tied. Understanding Yi Li's strength, Yaluyi didn't want to give in anymore. The soft sword in his hand trembled, his moves also becoming swift and fierce. The Northern Tribes people were innately valiant. Originally, they weren't suited to learn such a feminine weapon like the soft sword, but Yaluyi's swordsmanship was very good. But from that night when he fought with Mu Yang, Yili could see that Yaluyi didn't purely walk the feminine path. His masculine martial arts were also very good. It could be said that he was a rare martial arts master that combined strength and gentleness. Chapter 278. In the martial arts arena, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Outside the martial arts arena, Chief Steward Mo focused on the two of them fighting, his deep old eyes filled with worry and relief. The current Ding King Fu seemed to have unlimited glory, but in reality there was a hidden danger. This required a decisive and intelligent Wang Fei. Now it seemed that Wang Fei was not only intelligent and determined, even her martial arts could be considered first class. This made Chief Steward Mo pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but thank the Ding King Fu's ancestors for their blessings. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Yaluyi looked at the calm expression of the woman opposite him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the woman in front of him would always surprise him again and again. He originally thought that even though Yi Li's moves were fierce, she was still a woman, and her physical strength was destined to be inferior to a man. Yaluyi had also seen from the start that Yi Li's internal energy wasn't that deep. As long as the battle dragged on, no matter how exquisite her moves were, it would be useless. But he didn't expect that after so long, she didn't show any signs of fatigue, as if she could continue fighting endlessly. Yaluyi's eyes darkened. The long sword in his hand drew a long arc as he retreated backwards. Yili's eyes flashed, and she stood still, not chasing after him. Seeing her stop, Yi secretly sighed in relief. Since he couldn't hurt or kill, if he continued to fight like this, regardless of winning or losing, the one who would be embarrassed would be him. I didn't expect Princess Ding to be so agile. Xiaowang admires you. Yi laughed as he put the software back on his waist. Yi faintly frowned and said, "Since Wang Fei thinks it's enough, then please go to the front hall to drink some tea. We can discuss proper matters then." Yi nodded indifferently, and Chief Steward Mo, who was standing at the side, came forward to invite Yi to the front hall. Yi returned to her room and changed her clothes. Her conversation with Yi was naturally a battle of words. This prince of the northern tribes did not match the image of the northern tribes in the hearts of the people of the Chu state. In comparison, he was more like a person from the Chu state and Xiling. He was cunning, sharp, and wouldn't give in when it came to benefits. The two of them discussed the list that Yi had prepared in advance for a long time. In the end, they decided to choose Princess Ronghua, the niece of the Liu family's noble consort Liu, and Princess Qingyi, the youngest granddaughter of Amo Jingqi's only uncle, old Jiao Prince. However, Princess Qingyi was the only living granddaughter of the old prince. She was only 13 this year. The only reason she was added was to make the name list look better. It was because the Chu state's imperial family always had more males than females. There were no princesses or princesses that could be brought out. But that was all, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the old prince, or because Princess Qingyi was too young and in poor health. In the end, he would have to choose between Princess Ronghua and the daughter of the Liu family. In the end, Yi had to personally meet these three people before he could make a decision. Yi didn't care about this. It was already good enough that she was able to persuade Yi to only choose 3 people to meet. If Yi met all the daughters that were being chosen, the aristocratic families in the capital wouldn't be able to continue living. Presumably, after the northern tribe's wedding procession left, there would be many happy events in the capital. After sending Yi away, Yi didn't have time to get up and return to her room when someone came to report that Miss Yaoji wanted to see her. With Yaoji's status, she naturally couldn't be invited into the manor like Yi and wait to report to the princess consort. She could only wait outside the manor side door to see if the princess consort would see her. Yi was stunned. She had been so busy these 2 days that she had forgotten about Yaoji. She frowned and said, "Let her in." After a while, Yaoji followed the servant girl in. Different from her usual enchanting attire, this time Yaoji was only wearing an ordinary autumn-colored robe. She looked less beautiful and more delicate, like an ordinary woman of a good family. "Greetings to Princess Consort." Yaoji bowed her head slightly. Yi waved her hand and said, "No need. But if you have something to say, sit down and talk." Yaoji raised her head to look at her and thanked her in a low voice. "I didn't think that Princess Consort would be willing to see me." Yi smiled faintly and said, "If you were so sure that I wouldn't see you, why would you come?" Even though they hadn't interacted much, but Yi could see that Yaoji was a very proud woman and wouldn't come to ask for a rebuff. Yaoji stilled and then nodded with a bitter smile, saying, "Princess Consort is right." Yi looked at her thin and pale face and hesitated before asking, "Are you well?" Yaoji smiled faintly and said, "What is there to be well about? I shamelessly came today to ask for Princess Consort's help." Yi nodded and said, "Speak. If I can help, I won't refuse." Yaoji said, "I plan to close Qingcheng Lane, but it's fine if I'm alone, but there are many girls in Qingcheng Lane. They're all people with hard lives. If I don't care about them, they may go to other brothels, and I don't know where they will end up. Originally, I wronged them. So I want to ask Princess Consort if the Prince Ding Mansion is willing to buy Qingcheng Lane." Yaoji is willing to sell it at half price, as long as you can take care of the old people in Qingcheng Lane. Yi frowned slightly and said, "Qingcheng Lane is known as the #1 brothel in Jing City. If you want to sell it, there will be many people fighting to buy it." "Why do you?" Yaoji's smile was bitter. She looked at Yi Li and said, "Do you think I don't know what kind of people do the brothel business in Jing City? I don't know how Qing Chung Lane will be ruined in the hands of those people. Also, I hope that the news of Qing Chung Lane changing owners will not spread for at least half a year." Yi Li frowned and immediately understood Yaoji's intention. "What do you plan to do?" Yaoji lowered her head and unconsciously stroked her still flat stomach. She smiled faintly and said, "Go to the south to take a look. The climate in the south is much more comfortable than in Jing City, isn't it? I've saved a lot of money these years. Even if I want to live a good life, it won't be a problem." Yi Li frowned slightly. She wasn't asking about money. Even a dancer at Yaoji's level didn't have to worry about money. But not to mention the instability in the south, Yaoji's body wasn't suitable to travel thousands of li to Jiangnan. Rubbing her brows, Yi Li changed the topic and asked, "Feng Sen has already returned to Jing City. You haven't seen him yet, right?" Yaoji smiled and said, "He came to see me yesterday morning, but he was very busy. So, Princess, you don't have to tell him about my messy affairs." Yi Li said, "I thought you had a good relationship with Feng San." Yaoji smiled and said, "Young Master Feng San is my friend, the only true friend. Princess, you don't have to test me. Young Master Feng San doesn't have that kind of feeling for me. Of course, I really treat him as a friend. We just are in the same boat." Yi Li softly apologized. She knew Feng Jiao had someone in his heart, but she had never heard Feng San or anyone else mention this person. Maybe Mo Xiaoyao knew, but after all, this was Feng San's private matter. Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't take the initiative to tell her, and she wouldn't ask. Yaoji shook her head generously and said with a smile, "I know you care about me, but you really don't have to tell Feng San about this." Although young Master Feng San appeared to be indifferent to everything, he abhorred evil as if it were his enemy. He was going to find young Master Mu. "I've already told him that we've already made things clear, so the marriage between Marquis Muyang's mansion and Sun family has nothing to do with me." Chapter 279. Do you want to keep a child? Yi Li frowned. Yaoji had said so much. If she still didn't understand what she meant, she would have lived in vain all these years. It was not that she was cruel, but in this era, not to mention Yaoji's identity, even an ordinary woman would have a hard time if she had an unmarried child, and it would be even worse for the child in the future. Yaoji looked at her, and a touch of tenderness flashed across her beautiful face. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is my child. Princess, don't worry. Since I have said that I will cut off all ties with Muyang, I will never use this child to entangle with him in the future. After leaving the capital this time, I don't plan to come back. I can find a place where no one knows me and live incognito for the rest of my life." Yi Li shook her head and said, "I don't mean that. But have you ever thought about what to do after the child is born? What about your life in the future? Even if you raise the child alone, you will have enough money to spend. But what about after the child grows up? When the daughter gets married, which man doesn't need a clean family background for his future? Yaoji, this world is not tolerant of women." In fact, she was talking about the distant future. In the near future, Yaoji, who was so beautiful and talented, couldn't hide in a remote place. In a prosperous city, it was even more difficult for a beautiful woman to survive alone. Yaoji looked sad, and her eyes were full of sadness and helplessness. She stroked her abdomen with her jade-like hand and gritted her teeth. "I know all these, but this is my child." Yi Li was speechless. Women in this era were not as easy as those in her previous life who thought abortion was as easy as eating food. Even though Yaoji was a prostitute, she was still soft-hearted to her own child, let alone the child of her and her beloved man. With Yaoji's temperament, Muyang must love her very much if she was willing to give herself to him. Unfortunately, even such a woman could be irrational sometimes. After a moment of silence, Yaoji raised her head and said to Yi Li, "Princess, I understand what you said. Thank you for your concern, but I have decided about the child. I don't know about Qingcheng Lane." Yi Li sighed slightly and nodded. "I will buy Qingcheng Lane. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Take care of yourself. I'll have someone send you the banknotes later." Yaoji said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Highness." Yili gently shook her head. "Take care. Goodbye." After seeing Yaoji off, Yili was still sitting in the parlor, lost in thought. She didn't even notice when Mo Xiaoyao came in. "Ali, what are you thinking about?" Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Yili shook her head and told her about the purchase of Qingsheng Lane, but hid the fact that Yaoji was pregnant. Mo Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't care about a brothel girl. He nodded and smiled. Qingsheng Lane is not a bad place. Even though Feng Sen often used Qingsheng Lane to gather information, it belongs to someone else. He has to consider his relationship with Yaoji. We can buy it, but we can't put it under the name of the Prince Ding Mansion. Yili nodded. Originally, she didn't want the Prince Ding Mansion to buy it. I'll have Ming Shi handle it. If it was put under Chu Junwei's name, it wouldn't attract too much attention or arouse suspicion. If someone investigated, they would find that Chu Junwei had a few shops in various places. The most profitable one was in Guangling City. Mo Xiao naturally didn't care about such a small matter. He sat next to Yi Li and asked, "Did Yi Li fight with you today?" Yi Li smiled faintly. It was just a casual exchange. But this Prince Yelu doesn't seem like a northern tribes person. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "As a member of the imperial family, no matter if it's the northern tribes or the Dechu state, they can't avoid fighting and scheming. For him to be able to stand out among the many sons of the king of the northern tribes, his scheming methods are naturally incomparable. But to dare to be so presumptuous in the Prince Ding Mansion, I have underestimated him. I just don't know if he's prepared to offend I." Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao in surprise. She thought about it and immediately understood what he was thinking. She just smiled faintly and didn't try to persuade him. The candidate for the political marriage has probably been decided. If it's not Princess Ronghua, it's Miss Lu. But I think Princess Ronghua has a higher chance. When the time comes, there will be more trouble. In terms of status, Princess Ronghua was higher than Miss Lu. In terms of looks, Princess Ronghua was also one of the top beauties in the capital. Moreover, with the Lu family's current status, they probably wouldn't want to marry off a legitimate daughter. After all, even if she became the crown princess, she would still be far away from the emperor. She wouldn't be of much help to the Lu family. What the Lu family needed now was to form alliances with various noble families through marriage. And Princess Ronghua was the beloved daughter of Princess Zhaoran. But so what? Princess Zhaoran couldn't even decide her own marriage, much less a daughter. Mo Xiaoyao calmly said, "They can do whatever they want. You don't need to care. If it really doesn't work, just push it to the one in the palace. If you're annoyed, you could go visit Imperial Aunt. We can leave the capital for a few days." Yili thought of the group of elites she had left in Blackwind Valley. She couldn't help but smile. "That's fine. In a few days, I'll be going out to do something." Because Yeluyi had accepted Yi Li's suggestion to secretly observe the candidates, Yi Li threw this matter to the side. As expected, 2 days later, when the Northern Tribe's envoy arrived in the capital, the results of Yeluye's selection were announced. In the end, Princess Ronghua was chosen for the political marriage. Princess Ronghua was obviously the most suitable one in terms of status, age, and personality. Although Princess Zhaoran went to the palace to plead with the emperor on the same day, no one knew what Mo Jingqi said to her. Princess Zhaoran finally came out of the palace in a daze and didn't say anything. At that time, Princess Ronghua almost turned the capital upside down. In Princess Ronghua's eyes, Yi Li, the culprit who caused her to marry into a foreign family, naturally couldn't be let off. Unfortunately, King Ding's mansion was heavily guarded. It wasn't a place that could be entered as one wished. At this time, Yi Li had already been leisurely relaxing in Great Elder Princess Shifu's courtyard outside the city. Although Great Elder Princess Shifu was more than 70 years old, she was still in high spirits, perhaps because she paid attention to her daily maintenance and her excellent temperament. Compared with a year ago, she was no different. When she saw Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao come together, she beamed with joy. Great Elder Princess's enthusiasm made Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao feel a little guilty. After Xiaoyao's health improved, Yili went out for a long time, so they didn't go out of the city to visit Great Elder Princess. On the contrary, Great Elder Princess didn't forget to send them something during the New Year and other festivals. Although it wasn't anything valuable, it was a token of Great Elder Princess's kindness and love. Great Elder Princess took Yi Li to sit in front of her. Looking at Xiaoyao, who was standing aside, she drove him away, saying that she wanted to have a private chat with Yi Li. Xiaoyao had to turn around and leave, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Xiaoyao leave, Great Elder Princess took Yi Li's hand and looked at her with a smile. Yi Li suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She felt that Great Elder Princess's eyes were a little creepy. Imperial Aunt. Chapter 280. Great Elder Princess looked at her kindly and said with a smile, "I see that you have lost a lot of weight compared with last year. Xiaoyao doesn't know how to love his wife. How can he let you, a girl, go all the way to Nanjiang?" Yi Li lowered her head and felt a little ashamed. It was she who insisted on going to Nanjiang. However, Xiaoyao should be the scapegoat. Great Elder Princess looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. "I have heard about what you did in Nanjiang and Yongzhou. You're a good girl taught by Lord Su. This time in Yonglin, it's all thanks to you. That child, Jingli, is really too mischievous. I am old and can't control them. With your help, Xiaoyao will be much more relaxed." The men of the Ding King's residence are born with a heavy burden on their shoulders. When it comes to Xiaoyao, it is even more difficult. Fortunately, you are here. Yi Li softly said, "These are all things that I should do." Great Elder Princess shook her head and said, "Not to mention that there are so many noble ladies in the capital city, no one could be better than you in the past King Ding's mansion." However, Yi Li looked at Great Elder Princess in confusion. Great Elder Princess looked at her with a smile and said, "Xiaoyao is not young anymore. Shouldn't you care about the children of King Ding's mansion? Now, among all the mansions in the capital city, only King Ding's mansion has no children." Hearing this, Yi Li's face suddenly flushed. Looking at Great Elder Princess, who was full of expectation, Lin Mingya was at a loss for words for a long time. Great Elder Princess looked at her with a playful smile and said, "It's normal for you to have children. You have been married for more than a year. Why are you shy?" Yi Li felt extremely ashamed. Was it because she had stayed in this era for too long that she became conservative? However, about children, she really didn't think about it. On the one hand, she was less than 16 years old. On the other hand, it was not suitable for her to have children in the current situation. However, she couldn't tell Great Elder Princess directly that she didn't want to have children, so she had to be vague and try to get away with it first. Great Elder Princess just thought that she was shy, so she let it go after a few words. Instead, he was planning to remind Xiaoyao when he got back. Seeing that Great Elder Princess stopped asking, Yi Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the topic to talk about some interesting things in the capital city. Xiaoyao only stayed with Yi Li for 2 days before returning to the capital. The northern tribes' envoys had all arrived in the capital, and as the prince in charge of this political marriage, he naturally could not avoid meeting them. Except for chatting with Great Elder Princess every day, Yi Li spent the rest of her time in the deep valley under the cliff of Black Wind Mountain. Great Elder Princess knew that Yi Li went out every day, but she didn't ask about Yi Li's whereabouts. With the cover of Great Elder Princess, Yi Li could act more freely. After nearly half a month, when Yi Li appeared at the foot of the cliff again, she nodded with satisfaction when she saw a group of elites sweating on the drill ground. It was quite good that they could achieve such results in less than a month. As long as they were not in a hurry, they should have received at least 2 months of physical training before they could talk about other things. When the dusty and sweaty soldiers saw Child Chu, who was still smiling, they all worried in their hearts. They didn't know the identity of Child Chu, but they all knew the identity of Qin Feng. To be able to have Qin Feng as his personal bodyguard, this young Master Chu's identity must be extraordinary. However, this was not necessary. The important thing was that they had only met Child Chu twice, but each time they remembered him and had a deep impression on them. When they met for the first time, Child Chu mercilessly destroyed everyone's confidence and then watched them all run and crawl on the ground with a smile on his face. When they met for the second time, Child Chu shocked all of them and gave them a task that made them extremely tired in the past half a month. And this time, what would Child Chu bring? Everyone, although I haven't seen you for half a month, Qin Feng has reported your training to me. I'm very satisfied. In particular, you are the first batch of people to receive the training, and none of you fell behind. But it's just the most basic physical training before. You didn't fall behind, which means that your physical fitness and potential are good. From today on, you will start to receive more detailed training. Of course, the original physical training will continue every day. The soldiers couldn't help but wail in their hearts, which meant that they had to squeeze out time from the hard training every day to learn other things. Obviously, the training in the past half a month was effective. At least these soldiers from several different teams now had a very good sense of discipline. Even if they complained in their hearts, they still stood upright on the surface. Yili nodded with satisfaction in her heart and said, "Stand out when I call your name." She lowered her head and opened the file in her hand. Yili called out 7 or 8 names, and the people who were called out walked out and stood in another line. Without exception, all of these people had their own skills and were relatively knowledgeable. Yili looked at the people selected by Qin Feng and said, "You guys wait for me at a training ground 10 miles to the southeast." A few soldiers who were specially selected hesitated, and one of them stepped out and said, "Child Chu, may I ask what we are going to do? Why don't we train together?" Yili smiled and said, "Because I think you guys need some different training. Of course, I should ask for your opinion first. Are you afraid of death?" The soldiers suddenly felt insulted, and they angrily stared at Yili. "If we're afraid of death, we're not a Mahist army. Only cowards are afraid of death. We're not afraid of death, but we want to know what we're going to do. At least we don't want to die without knowing why." Yili didn't get angry and nodded with a smile. "Very good. I like people who have their own ideas. But now, the first thing you need to do is to obey. The second is to completely obey. And the third is to absolutely obey. Do you understand?" Yili's calm and solemn voice stunned everyone, and the training ground suddenly quieted down. No matter if it was the soldiers who were called out or the soldiers who were left behind, they all stopped talking and said in unison, "Understood. Very good, then run now 15 minutes. The people who were called out didn't hesitate to turn around and run out of the training ground, disappearing into the dense forest. Yili looked back at the people who were left behind and said with a smile, "Don't worry about them. I won't really send them to their deaths. Now you should worry about yourselves. What you're going to learn next is weight training, fully armed swimming training, wilderness survival training, breakout and anti-breakout training, infiltration and anti-infiltration training, as well as infiltration and intelligence gathering training. Your instructor will arrive early tomorrow morning, and the final assessment is set for 2 months later. I can tell you what the assessment is first, so it's fine if you're mentally prepared. Carry a weight of 40 gene, carry a day's worth of army rations, and survive in the wilderness for 7 days. The objective of the mission is to ambush a Black Cloud Cavalry and Shadow Guard Allied Army 1,200 li away from here. The requirements are that there will be 2 teams searching for you along the way, and they will ambush you at any time. You're not allowed to steal food, cattle, or horses from the farmers along the way. You're not allowed to reveal your identity, and you're not allowed to be caught by the local troops or patrolling soldiers. You're also not allowed to be heavily injured along the way, and you're also eliminated if you don't reach the target by the deadline. Do you understand? The faces of the soldiers in the training ground all turned green. They originally thought that their training was very tough, but young Master Chu always knew how to make it even harder for them. Compared to the later training, the current training was simply like retirement. Chapter 281. Yili raised an eyebrow as she looked at them and said, "You should be grateful that it isn't winter right now. Otherwise, your days would be even harder. But don't worry, I will make it up to you this winter. Other than that, do you want to add in some heat resistance training? No, this was what all the soldiers thought. Yili was not troubled. The weather in the north isn't very useful. There probably won't be any opportunities this year. After you pass, there will be a chance to bring more comrades to the south to train next year. For now, that's all. Qin Feng. Yes, young master. Qin Feng came forward. He was not very shocked by what Yili had said because he had already been tortured by Insan many times in the past few days. It was precisely because of this that he began to admire Yili even more. His loyalty to Yili was almost on par with his loyalty to Prince Ding. In Qin Feng's eyes, the Princess Ding he followed was a peerless genius. You could never imagine what kind of strange ideas Princess Ding had in her head. Just looking at how Princess Ding had used less than a year to train the Shadow Guard around her to this level, it could be seen how far away Princess Ding was. Thinking of Insan, Qin Feng followed Yi Li into the forest as he silently prayed for the soldiers. Come with me. Yi Li turned back and said to him. Qin Feng responded and followed, throwing the pitiful soldiers behind him to the back of his mind. He was still struggling in the hands of others. How could he save them? The swamp forest, which was full of poisonous insects, poisonous plants, and traps, seemed to be flat ground under Yi Li's feet. Qin Feng carefully followed beside Yi Li, but was somewhat dismayed to find that the princess's movements were always faster than his. Just as he was about to make a move to kill the snake on the treetop, he heard a soft sound. A sharp dart had been fixed on the snake's 7-inch head, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Li walked forward and looked down. She turned back and smiled at Qin Feng. 100-flower snake, not poisonous. It has good practical and medicinal value. Take it back to Mr. Chun. Maybe he will teach you a few ways to identify poisons. Haven't you been learning this recently? Qin Feng nodded. He walked over and carefully put away the dead snake. He asked with some shame, Wang Fei even knows all snakes? Yi Li replied without any guilt. I know most of the poisonous ones. I know after reading a bit more. Don't be afraid. I'll look carefully. There are only 2 kinds of poisonous snakes in this forest, and they aren't very poisonous. Even if it isn't fatal, when they come in for training, I will find a few skilled doctors to stay here. Qin Feng wanted to say he wasn't afraid, but thinking about the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this forest, he felt that the place Wang Fei had chosen was creepy. Tenli was not a long distance for 2 agile people. A short while later, the 2 appeared at a training ground on the other side of the mountain valley. What surprised Qin Feng was that this training ground, which he had thought would be even harsher, was not as he had imagined. This place was still near the edge of the mountain valley. Because of the terrain, it was even brighter and more comfortable than the bottom of the cliff where they were. The sunlight shone on this place. A small courtyard stood by the stream by the forest. The people who had been called out were standing on the grass in front of the courtyard, waiting for their arrival. Yi Li swept a look across the 7 people. Even though their faces and bodies had some small scratches, they were not serious. She nodded in satisfaction and said, It seems that you have trained well. I know that you have doubts about me separating you out, but that is not important. The reason I did this is because your future studies will be different from theirs. Similarly, the missions you will perform in the future will be different from theirs. One of them stood and asked, What's the difference? Yi Li said calmly, Their future missions will be small-scale, fierce battles, such as sneak attacks, rescue, protection, sniping, and so on. As for you guys, you may not need to fight. What I need more is your brains. What you need to do in the future is to hide, explore, analyze, and pass on information. Of course, it may be assassinations, guards, etc. The soldiers frowned and looked at each other. Young Master Chu wants us to be spies? Spies? Yi Li raised an eyebrow and said, You can say that. This is one of the missions you may need in the future. But I like to call it agents or spies. Compared to their military training, what you need to learn is the languages of other countries and even the local dialects. Psychological analysis, the customs of other countries, disguises, tracking and anti-tracking, the establishment and management of an intelligence network. Also, you need to learn all kinds of tools, fighting, close combat, assassination, etc. You are all chosen from these dozens of elites. Whether it is your family background, ability, knowledge, or intelligence, you are the most suitable candidates. Even though you are different from them, you are still part of the Mahist army. The promises I made last time are still valid. Also, if you die in a line of duty or get injured, the pension and relocation expenses will be 3 times. Of course, before that, you have the opportunity to withdraw. Those who withdraw can return to the other side to continue training. The few people were silent for a while. These people were the ones with the most potential in this group. They quickly made a decision. Even though they did not know who this young Master Chu was, they felt that he was different from the other generals. The things he said were both novel and attractive to them. It was as if it would bring a different journey to their future. As men who did not want to be famous, who did not want to be successful, compared to those illiterate people who only knew how to obey, they thought more clearly. Reporting to young master, "We will stay." Yili raised an eyebrow. She looked at them with a faint smile and said, "You really do not fear death. I will not lie to you. You should know that whether it is spying or training, it is a very dangerous matter. And even if there is no danger to your life, you may never be able to return home or see your family. This subordinate understands. I believe that the prince and princess will take good care of our families." These words were not bad. At least compared to other armies, the Mahist army treated their soldiers very well. Yili nodded and said, "Very good. No matter what, I will guarantee that your families will not have to worry about food or clothing. You can rest as you wish today. The training will start tomorrow." "Yes, young master." In the next few days, Yili would personally go to the valley under the Black Cloud Mountain to personally instruct the people she had chosen. Qin Feng, who had been learning by her side, benefited greatly. He admired Yi Li's abilities even more. Qin Feng could not understand. Wang Fei was clearly a young woman in her teens. How could she know so many things that people like them had never heard of before? Qin Feng thought of himself as smart, but he had to admit that if he wanted to master everything that Wang Fei taught him, he would need at least 10 or 20 years. Chapter 282. Yili also paid attention to the psychology and thoughts of these soldiers who had been selected to be trained as spies. So when she taught them, she would add in some of the stories of legendary agents from her previous life. Even though she didn't mention their names, it made these smart soldiers understand the importance of the missions they would have to undertake in the future, and that as spies were not as bad as they thought. Sometimes they could even decide the outcome of a battle. The faint regret and dissatisfaction that they might have had in their hearts was buried by the new knowledge and skills that Yili had brought. "Wang Fei, do you already have a plan for this group of people?" Following beside Yili, Qin Feng asked curiously as he watched Yili bend over the table and write. Yili raised her head to look at him and said, "They can only be considered experiments. I don't know what kind of use they will have. Training a qualified spy was much more difficult than training 100 qualified elite soldiers, and it would take much more time. Also, I'm not very familiar with this area." Qin Feng smiled and said, "This subordinate can't see that Wang Fei is unfamiliar with this area. Listening to what Wang Fei has taught these days, this subordinate feels that it is new. There are many things that I have never thought of before. I really don't understand how Wang Fei thought of them." Yili looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked, "You really want to know?" Qin Feng stilled and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He shook his head and said, "This subordinate is just joking." The Su family had been scholars for generations. There were many famous scholars. It wasn't a big deal to have a genius like Wang Fei, right? Looking at the thick stack of files on the table, Qin Feng frowned and said, "Wang Fei, if you want to train spies, why do you only choose men and not women? After all, women are less likely to attract suspicion." Yili glanced at him in exasperation and said, "You think I haven't thought about it? How could it be so easy to find a suitable woman? Women don't have to be men. If it's a man, it's fine even if his appearance is mediocre, and it's less likely for people to be wary. But if it's a woman, she definitely needs to be extremely talented, beautiful, and skillful." Otherwise, she won't even be able to get close to the enemy, let alone other things. Qin Feng nodded and said, Wang Fei is right. Yili said, in the future, you'll probably still be in charge of this. You should pay attention to whether there are any suitable candidates. As for the others, I will be returning to the capital in 2 days. These are all things that they still need to learn. You can take a look at them yourself. When this is over, I will ask someone else to teach them something else. I have 2 spots for admission to Lishan Academy. Once their training is over, you can pick 2 and send them over. Qin Feng was stunned. Lishan Academy was a place where many disciples of the Chu State's prestigious families could not squeeze into. These soldiers at the bottom of the military did not have good family backgrounds. No matter what Wang Fei wanted to do, it was a great grace for them to be able to study at Lishan Academy. Many thanks, Wang Fei. Yili waved her hand and said, there is no need to thank me. Try to choose younger ones. In addition, if they can't pass the entrance exam of Lishan Academy, it will be useless. Qin Feng said with a smile, these people's families are all educated. They're a little different from those rough men in the military. Knowing that Wang Fei is so kind, they will try their best to pass the exam. Yili nodded with satisfaction. When she was about to say something else, a sharp voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yili, get out. Qin Feng frowned unhappily and said, who is so bold to make trouble in great elder princess's yard? As soon as Yili heard the sharp voice, she knew who it was. She smiled and said, it's been so many days and she finally comes. It's not easy for her to make trouble, but now I'm afraid that everyone tolerates her. She can make trouble for a while if she wants. Tell someone to lead her here. Don't disturb my aunt's rest. Is it Infanta Ronghua? It's Princess Ronghua. Yili corrected him. Although she didn't live in the capital city, what happened in the capital city was sent to her desk on time every day. The emperor granted Infanta Ronghua the title of Princess Ronghua and her marriage to the northern tribes. These days, Princess Zhaoran's mansion was in chaos. At first, Infanta Ronghua thought that her mother and aunt could support her. When she found that her mother couldn't do anything, she began to make a scene and even went on a hunger strike. Princess Zhaoran was so anxious that her hair almost turned white. However, no matter how mischievous Infanta Ronghua was, how could she defy the emperor's order? She was forced to learn the etiquette in the palace by the female officials sent by the palace every day. Infanta Ronghua was born in the royal family. Although she was not as strict as the princesses in the palace, her etiquette was not bad and she didn't suffer much. But why did she come here to make trouble today? Hearing the noise outside, Yili put down her writing brush and went out. As soon as she went out, she saw Infanta Ronghua leading people in. When she saw Yili come out, her eyes were full of hatred and anger. Yili, you bitch, I'll kill you. Seeing Yili, Infanta Ronghua looked as if she saw the enemy of several lifetimes. She threw herself at Yili without any care. Yili frowned slightly. Qin Feng, who was behind her, stepped forward and blocked Infanta Ronghua 2 steps away from Yili. He said lightly, Princess, please have some self-respect. The title of princess made Infanta Ronghua's face suddenly twisted. She angrily rebuked, shut up. Do I need a servant like you to criticize me? Qin Feng faintly raised his eyebrows and said, sorry, princess, I'm a subordinate of the Ding King's mansion, not your servant. You. Infanta Ronghua had always been domineering. She was angry, but she didn't expect that a servant of the Ding King's mansion dared to be so rude to her. She was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Only then did the servants behind her come back to their senses and rush forward to comfort her. Infanta Ronghua was upset by the noise in her ears. She turned around and slapped the people around her hard, saying, shut up, all of you. There was a sudden silence in the yard. The servants around Infanta Ronghua hurriedly kept quiet and didn't dare to make their master angry. Yili waved her hand and said to Qin Feng, you go ahead. Qin Feng frowned disapprovingly and said, Princess, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Yili smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Infanta Ronghua won't do anything to me. Although Qin Feng was worried about the crazy Princess Ronghua, he still chose to believe the princess. After all, they were now in the yard of great elder princess. Even if Princess Ronghua really wanted to do something, it was not so easy. As for fighting, Qin Feng didn't dare to say that he could defeat the princess. 10 of Princess Ronghua were not enough to deal with the princess. After Qin Feng left, Yili turned back and smiled at Infanta Ronghua, saying, "Princess, please come in." Infanta Ronghua was a little embarrassed by her kind attitude. She stared at her vigilantly and said, "What tricks do you have?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I won't play any tricks on you. Do I need to play tricks on a princess who is engaged in a marriage for peace?" You. Infanta Ronghua was so angry that her face turned red. Yili smiled and said, "Princess, you'd better sit down inside and talk." Chapter 283. In the end, Princess Ronghua obediently went into the parlor and sat down. However, her almond eyes were still glaring at Yili. Yili took a sip of tea and asked, "Princess, why did you come here today? Just to vent your anger? If so, I won't fight back. You can make a scene, curse, and smash things, as long as you're happy. But what's the point? Can it change the situation now? Moreover, do you really think that you're marrying the northern tribes because of me?" Princess Ronghua was stunned, but soon she puffed up her cheeks and said, "Of course it's because of you. Who asked you to add me? Do you dare to say that you don't want to take revenge?" Yili raised her eyebrows and said, "Take revenge? You can think of it that way, but the order was given by the emperor. I just chose the most suitable person. In the end, the one who chose you is not me." Princess Ronghua said angrily, "Why didn't you cross out my name?" Yili looked at her with some amusement and asked, "Why should I cross out your name? Was she familiar with Princess Ronghua? Did they have a good relationship? I don't want to marry. The barbarians of the northern tribes are so vulgar and ugly." Looking at Princess Ronghua's proud face finally showing a trace of fear and weakness, Yili sighed in her heart. Who wants to marry? Princess Ronghua was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Yes, the northern tribes was not a good place. Who would be willing to marry a daughter of a noble family? Yili had no friendship with her and even had some animosity. Why would she help her cross out her name? Looking at Princess Ronghua, stubbornly biting her lips and holding back her tears, Yili shook her head in her heart. Although she didn't like Princess Ronghua, she didn't hate her. Princess Ronghua was indeed domineering and arrogant, but at the same time, she was straightforward. At least she was easier to get along with than those women who were full of schemes. "Princess, why did you come out of the city today? Did you come to beat me up to vent your anger? Do you want me to beat you up?" Princess Ronghua asked. Yili smiled and shook her head. The porcelain cup in her hand shattered as she said indifferently, "You can't beat me. You." Princess Ronghua glared at her angrily. She felt that this woman was treating her like a monkey. Yili looked at her calmly and said, "The marriage cannot be changed. If Princess has the time to be angry with me, why don't you think about what to do in the future?" A trace of sadness and helplessness flashed in Princess Ronghua's eyes. She snorted and said, "What else can we do?" She was waiting to be escorted to the northern tribes. When the northern tribes and the Dechu state fall out, they will either be banished to the cold palace or used as a sacrifice. No matter how spoiled and willful she was still born into the royal family. It wasn't that she didn't know about the benefits involved, it was just that she didn't need them in the past. Yi Li's eyes flashed. She put the broken teacup back on the table and said, "Princess, if you go to the northern tribes, you will be the crown princess of the northern tribes. As long as the northern tribes and the Dechu state have not fallen out, no one will do anything to you. As long as you are smart enough, you can survive in the northern tribes. In the future, you may have a chance to return to the Dechu state." Princess Ronghua didn't believe her and snorted. "Return to the Dechu state? It's easy for you to say. When that time comes, who will remember a princess in a marriage alliance?" Yili frowned and thought for a while. She took out an exquisite jade pendant and handed it to Princess Ronghua. She said, "Princess, take this. In the future, if your life is in danger, the Ding Palace can save your life. This is a token. What do you want me to do?" Princess Ronghua was not a fool. Just as Yili said, their relationship was not good enough for Yili to help her. Yili said, "Take on the responsibility of a princess in a marriage alliance and the crown princess of the northern tribes. Do your best to assist the crown prince of the northern tribes." "I assist the crown prince of the northern tribes? Are you kidding me?" Princess Ronghua still had some self-awareness of her own ability. She could be an ordinary princess, but to assist the crown prince. Wasn't Yili thinking too highly of her? Yili said lightly, "You don't have to worry. Since I have said so, I will help you. If you trust me, in the future, if someone comes to you with the other jade pendant, you just have to trust him. In addition, once you arrive at the northern tribes, you can reveal some information to the crown prince of the northern tribes. Let him believe that you can help him. Otherwise, you will be killed by him once you arrive. The crown prince of the northern tribes will not be happy to be the crown princess of the Dechu state." Princess Ronghua looked at Yili with a complicated expression. She was born the royal family and was even older than Yili by 2 or 3 years, but she had never thought so much. Was this the difference between being the crown princess and being an ordinary princess? If the crown prince of the northern tribes knows that I have a relationship with the Prince Ding mansion, how can he trust me? Princess Ronghua asked. Yili smiled. Find a way to let him know that you can help him deal with Yalu Yi. When Xiao Yao sends you to the northern tribes, I will ask him to communicate with the crown prince. And why do you need the crown prince's trust? Do you really think that the northern tribes will accept the Chu state as the future mother of the nation? Although the northern tribes is a barbarian land, they value bloodlines more than other places. For hundreds of years, the northern tribes have never sent a queen from a foreign country. There is also no king of the northern tribes who has the bloodline of the northern tribes. Of course, if you can really attract Yelu Hong to change everything for you, I can also change my plan to support you. Princess Ronghua frowned in disgust when she thought of the rumored northern tribes, people who were detestable. Although that Yelu Yi was not bad-looking, it was only not bad. There were thousands of men in the Chu state who were more handsome than him. Who knew what Yelu Hong looked like? That Yelu Ping from before was as ugly as a pig. Princess Ronghua took the jade in Yi Li's hand and said, "This is only a fair trade. Don't think that I will thank you." Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. "No need to thank me. But Princess should know that there are some things that cannot be known by too many people, right? I'm not stupid." Princess Ronghua snorted coldly. Of course, she was not stupid. She knew that Yi Li was using her. But since ancient times, few princesses had good lives, let alone in a place like the northern tribes. At the very least, Yi Li had provided her with the means to survive. What did her cousin, who was high up in the palace, do? Other than sending people to teach her the etiquette that she had already learned, he did not even give her a word of advice. He only treated her as a flag that could be discarded at any time. Since that was the case, she could not be blamed for helping the Ding family. She also wanted to live. Yi Li nodded. There is still some time before departure. Princess, you should go and see Zhaoyang Royal Princess and the Empress more often. Princess Ronghua was puzzled. Yi Li smiled and said, "Those two are smart people. If Princess sincerely asks for advice, they will teach you a lot. I don't know what Zhaoyang Royal Princess taught you, but after so many years, you don't need to learn anymore, right?" Princess Ronghua was not angry at Yi Li's blatant ridicule of her mother. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment and said, "I know. I am leaving, right? If you have nothing else to do, you should return to the capital early. Be careful that your Prince Ding is kidnapped." After that, Princess Ronghua walked out proudly, leaving Yi Li alone in the flower hall. She was stunned, wondering if Princess Ronghua was joking or if she was serious about something. Chapter 284. After seeing off in Fana Ronghua, Yi Li handed over the training plan to Qinfeng. The next morning, she went to say goodbye to Great Elder Princess and prepared to go back to the city. Great Elder Princess looked at Yi Li meaningfully and said with a smile, "It's time to go back. You are the princess consort of the Ding state. How can you accompany me, an old woman, to live outside the city? What's more, it's always inconvenient for Xiaoyao without the help of a princess." Hearing Great Elder Princess's words, Yi Li was slightly stunned and increasingly felt that there was something in the capital that she didn't know. After saying goodbye to Great Elder Princess and going out, Yi Li saw Qin Feng standing at the door waiting for her. She glanced at him with a faint smile and asked, "Is there anything that I don't know about in the capital?" Qin Feng's face froze, and he said with a smile, "If there is something important, who dares not to report it to you?" Yi Li narrowed her eyes, tilted her head, and looked at him with a smile, saying, "So it's not very important? Tell me about it." Seeing Yi Li turn around and walk out, Qin Feng hurriedly followed her and said, "In fact, it's not a big deal. Well, a few days ago, the envoy of the northern tribes for peace marriage arrived in the capital. Prince Yalu wrote to the emperor that since the two countries are united by marriage, there should be a marriage to show the friendship between the two countries." Yi Li looked back at him and said lightly, "So this time, the princess of the northern tribes came and asked the prince to marry her. And she also asked the prince to marry her. What does the emperor think the king's mansion is? Why does he put all kinds of people in a mansion?" Qin Feng shrank his neck. Was the princess really jealous? The prince would be very happy if he knew it, wouldn't he? Looking at Yi Li's expression, Qin Feng hurriedly explained, "It's not the princess of the northern tribes. It's Helian Huimin, the adopted daughter of the winged cavalry general of the northern tribes, Helian Jun." Yi Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Helian Jun's goddaughter. Who didn't know that Helian Jun and Ding King's residents had a deep hatred as deep as the ocean? And this goddaughter. It seemed that the other party was indeed very confident to dare to come to the Chu state with such an identity. "Why didn't I know? Your Highness, please calm down." Qin Feng hurriedly asked for forgiveness. Yi Li glanced coolly at him. Qin Feng finally remembered that Wang Fei did not like her subordinates to say this kind of nonsense. He hurriedly explained, "This is Prince's idea. The Prince said that since your Highness still has matters to attend to outside, there is no need to trouble your Highness with such a small matter. The Prince does not care about a mere northern tribeswoman." Yi Li nodded slightly to accept his explanation. She asked, "If so, why did the whole city know about it?" Princess Ronghua had been in the capital all this time. Even Great Elder Princess, who lived in seclusion outside the city, knew about it. It cannot be said that this matter was not big. Qin Feng said, "The Emperor and the Empress Dowager said that your Highness and Prince have been married for more than a year, but your Highness has gone. There has been no news. So they approved Prince Yelu's request, saying that it is for the king's residents to have more children." After saying this, Qin Feng carefully glanced at Yi Li. This was the real reason why they did not dare to report it to the princess. "What a good idea," Yi Li sneered. "Take a northern tribeswoman to have more children in the king's residence?" Back to the city, she did not have racial prejudice. But even if she really could not have children, the people of the Chu state and the Mahist army would not accept that the future Prince Ding had the blood of the northern tribes in his body. This was purely a political issue. Mo Jingqi had a good idea. Did he really think that the people in the world were fools? Before returning to the king's residence, Yi Li heard many rumors about Prince Ding and Helian Huimin on the way. Among them, there was no lack of rumors about Princess Ding not being pregnant after being married for more than a year, but being unwilling to take a concubine for Prince Ding and being jealous and unvirtuous. As soon as they entered the king's residence, Director Mo hurried to invite Yi Li to the main hall. Yi Li raised her eyebrows in confusion. Director Mo explained, "Prince Yelu and Miss Helian Huimin came to visit. Prince Ding is talking with them in the main hall. Since your Highness is the madam of the king's residence, you should come out to greet the guests." Yi Li looked at Director Mo with interest and smiled. "Uncle Mo, don't you have anything to say about the rumors outside?" Although those messy speculations made Yi Li unhappy, there was one thing they were right about. She was not pregnant after being married for a year, and did not have any intention of taking a concubine for Immerse Xiaoyao. In the eyes of the people of this era, she was indeed jealous and unvirtuous. Director Immerse said calmly, "How can a subordinate have the right to criticize a master's matters? Besides, most of the rumors outside were released by Prince Ding." "And what does Prince Ding want to do?" Yili was slightly surprised. Thinking about it seriously, it made sense. In just a few days, the rumors had spread all over the capital and were even getting more and more intense. If the Prince Ding mansion had interfered, it would not have ended up like this. It seemed that Immerse Xiaoyao not only did not eliminate these rumors, but also added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Director Immerse said, "Prince Ding said that when your highness returns, you will naturally understand his intentions." "Right now, your highness," Yili smiled brightly and said, "since the other person has personally come to visit, how can this consort refuse?" Just as she walked to the door of the main hall, she heard a clear young girl's voice from inside. "Prince Ding, does Huimin have the fortune to see your highness?" Immerse Xiaoyao's voice was as light and gentle as usual as he said faintly, "Li went out of the city to visit Imperial Aunt. I'm afraid that she has no fate to meet Miss Hellion." Prince Ding is joking. How could there be no fate? When Huimin marries into Ding King Fu, you and your highness will be sisters. There will naturally be a time to meet. Yilu Yi laughed loudly. "Huimin, you don't need to be anxious. Princess Ding is gentle and elegant, and is the role model for women in the Chu state. She definitely won't make things difficult for you." "Older cousin, you are right. Huimin has long admired your highness' reputation." Huimin was impatient and caused your highness to laugh. Hellion Huimin laughed crisply. Her words were natural and unrestrained. She didn't have the slightest bit of shyness and panic when a daughter of the Chu state talked about her own marriage. "Marry into Ding King Fu?" Immerse Xiaoyao doubtfully asked. "Ding King Fu doesn't have any collateral branches. My father and brother have already passed away many years ago. Does Miss Hellion have a marriage agreement with that ancestor of the Fu?" Puff. Yili couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immerse Xiaoyao still pretended not to know about the rumors outside. His acting was a bit too heavy. Lightly coughing, only then did Yili walk into the hall. When Immerse Xiaoyao saw Yili, he was obviously very happy. He personally got up and held Yili's hand as he smiled and said, "Miss Li, you finally came back. Has your anger subsided and you're no longer angry with your husband?" Yili faintly smiled and said, "Does Prince feel that he did something wrong?" She secretly stretched out her hand and fiercely pinched Immerse Xiaoyao. Yilu Yi, whose back was facing Hellion Huimin, signaled with his eyes, "What the hell are you doing?" The strength of Yili's pinch was definitely not light. Immerse Xiaoyao's body stiffened and his face fell as he said, "Is Miss Li still angry? I know that I was wrong. As long as wifey feels that something is wrong, then it is wrong. Even if the world says that something is right, then it is still their fault. Wifey sit." His handsome face was still wearing half an ice-cold mask. In addition to the prestige of Prince Ding, this action of a husband coaxing his wife in an ordinary household was particularly strange in the eyes of outsiders. Hellion Huimin and Yilu Yi couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. They couldn't believe that Prince Ding would actually act like this in front of outsiders. Chapter 285. Yilu Yi raised his eyebrows with interest and smiled at Yi Li. "Wang Fei, long time no see. Wang Fei's elegance is still the same." Yi Li smiled and nodded. Prince Yilu is also not to be outdone. This young lady is, without waiting for Yilu Yi to introduce her, Hellion Huimin stood up and performed the Chu state's curtsy to Yi Li, smiling. "Little sister Hellion Huimin greets Wang Fei Jiejia." Yi Li slightly frowned and leaned to the side to avoid this curtsy, smiling. "Miss Hellion can call me Wang Fei. Speaking of which, Miss Hellion should be older than me by a few years. I can't afford to be called Jiejia." Yi Li finally saw Hellion Huimin's appearance clearly. Because she was born from the northern tribes, Hellion Huimin was much taller than the Dechu state's women. However, her figure was exquisite, without the slightest hint of the sturdiness of the northern tribes' women. On the contrary, her facial features were quite delicate, with a bit of the Dechu state's beauty. Only, she was dressed in the pink of the northern tribe's aristocratic attire. The smile on her face added a bit of valiance and formidableness. On the contrary, she was somewhat similar to Murong Ting. However, with a glance, Yi Li understood that this Hellion Huimin was completely different from the unscheming Murong Ting. On the outside, the straightforward and bright appearance was only a disguise. Just by that pair of charming eyes that had been focused on her face, Yi Li knew that this unscheming appearance was only a cover-up in a situation where she still didn't know her background. Hearing Yi Li's words, Hellion Huimin was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted with a smile. Wang Fei Jijia may not know, but Huimin has already received the Dechu state's emperor's decree to marry into the Ding King's household in a few days. Although I don't know the rules of the Dechu state, in our northern tribes, the first to enter the door is the eldest. Therefore, it is only right for me to call you Jijia. Yi Li was silent for a moment. She turned her head to look at Imo Xiuyao and said, "Prince, congratulations, Prince. The emperor has personally bestowed upon you a beauty. Is Prince happy?" Imo Xiuyao hurriedly shook his head. "Wife, you've misunderstood. I have never received any marriage decree. Just a moment ago, I was still pondering whether or not Miss Hellion had an engagement with royal father or royal brother. As such, even though imperial father and imperial brother had passed away for a long time, the Ding Palace could still afford a ghost marriage. However, he would have to trouble his wife. I wonder, is Miss Hellion I's concubine mother consort or little princess sister-in-law?" When these words came out, even someone as calm as Yi couldn't help but have a distorted expression. Although northern tribes women didn't care about trifles, Hellion Huimin couldn't help but have an ugly expression on her face when she was teased by her own fiancé. "What do you mean you've never received a marriage decree? The emperor bestowed a marriage on the spot. He didn't even have time to write an imperial edict." In the end, Imo Xiuyao swaggered off without the slightest intention of giving the emperor and the northern tribes any face. After that, he directly locked the person who delivered the imperial edict outside the door. Naturally, there was no marriage decree. Yi Li's clear eyes slightly raised. "Is that so?" Imo Xiuyao sternly said. "This husband's feelings for Miss Li can be seen by the heavens. My words are definitely not false. If I were to disregard my honor and marry Miss Hellion, then I would be punished to be struck by lightning and have no descendants. In any case, he absolutely wouldn't go to Hellion Huimin. Naturally, there was no pressure in swearing an oath." Hearing this, Yi Li's expression softened a bit. She softly said, "I believe you. What's the point of swearing an oath? Since that's the case, I'll let people prepare the wedding. However, in the end, is it royal father or eldest brother? Do you want me to ask eldest sister to come back? Not to mention that she ruined Hellion Huimin's reputation. The people of the northern tribes didn't care much about this. Moreover, she didn't intend to be polite to a woman who wanted to steal her man." Imo Xiuyao was obviously very satisfied with Yi Li's cooperation. He turned his head to look at Yi, who was sitting to the side. He clearly wanted him to clarify whether the person Hellion Huimin wanted to marry was the former Prince Ding or the former Prince Ding. Yiluye's face was ashen. Imo Xiuyao had already linked marrying Hellion Huimin with propriety, justice, integrity, and honor. It was obvious that he was determined to push Hellion Huimin to a person who was already dead. If it really was as he wished, then they would suffer a double loss. Yiluyi lightly snorted and said, "Prince Ding, I think you also understand the intentions of I and the Dechu state's emperor. Don't you think it's improper for you to pester endlessly like this?" Imo Xiuyao was even more aggrieved than him. He lightly sighed and said, "Prince may not know, but I's ancestors taught me to never marry a woman from another country. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of being a descendant of the Ding Palace. But for the friendship between our two countries, Imperial father and Imperial brother, have already passed away, but they won't be affected by the rules of the Prince Ding mansion. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Best of both worlds, my ass. Yaluyi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Prince, Huimin wholeheartedly admires Prince. Why does Prince humiliate me like this? Hellion Huimin stood up and looked at Mo Xiaoyao with hidden bitterness. Mo Xiaoyao indifferently said, I have no intention of humiliating Miss Hellion. Hellion Huimin said, since that's the case, why does Prince repeatedly refuse? You and I are the Emperor of the Dechu state. Although I, Hellion Huimin, am not born into the imperial family, I am still a noble of the northern tribes. I have studied literature and martial arts since childhood. I ask myself that I won't humiliate the prince. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Hellion Huimin, then lowered his head to look at Yi Li sitting next to him. He softly said, I will only marry Miss Li in this life. What does Miss Hellion's actions mean to I's beloved consort? The three people in the hall were startled. Hellion Huimin looked at Yi Li with a complicated expression and said, Prince, for the sake of Princess, you don't even care about the Dechu state? Yi Li frowned and looked at Hellion Huimin. What is Miss Hellion saying? Could it be that if our prince doesn't marry Miss Hellion, the northern tribes will send troops to invade our country? Hellion Huimin naturally wouldn't mindlessly respond to such words. She only looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, I heard that the Ding Palace has always been loyal to the imperial court. Could it be that Prince wants to disobey the imperial edict for the sake of Princess Ding? Prince, are you not afraid that the officials in the imperial court will think that Princess is someone who brings disaster to the country? Mo Xiaoyao's face slightly darkened, as if he had finally put away the playful smile from before. He indifferently looked at Hellion Huimin and said, I see that Miss Hellion's eloquence is not like that of a northern tribes person. Instead, it is like the people of our Dechu state, able to speak eloquently. Miss Hellion, I only want to ask you a question. Hellion Huimin stared blankly. Even though she didn't understand why Prince Ding, who had always been gentle no matter what she said 2 days ago, would suddenly become angry, she still nodded and said, Prince, please ask. At the side, Yaluyi frowned and somewhat vigilantly stared at Mo Xiaoyao. He felt that whatever he said wouldn't be anything good. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze was cold as he stared at Hellion Huimin's beautiful face until she turned her head away with a slight blush. Only then did he indifferently spit out a sentence. Miss Hellion, are you unable to get married? The atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy. Hellion Huimin's still red face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. No matter to an unmarried woman, this sentence was definitely a deep humiliation. Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaoyao with some astonishment. She knew that Mo Xiaoyao's temper wasn't good, but he would never deliberately humiliate a woman. Even that impudent Princess Ling Yun from Xiling last year. He also didn't say such harsh words. But as a woman and a wife, Yi Li couldn't help but admit that when Mo Xiaoyao treated Hellion Huimin so heartlessly, a trace of sweetness emerged in her heart. Chapter 286. Prince Ding, you've gone too far. Yaluye's face darkened as he stared at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him and smiled faintly. Where did Prince Yelu's words come from? Huimin was willing to marry into the Chu state for the sake of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Prince, even if you don't like my northern militant's noble daughter, you shouldn't humiliate her like this. I will report this matter to your country's emperor and will definitely seek justice for Huimin. Yaluyi said with righteous indignation. Justice? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said with ridicule, I still want to seek justice. In the throne room, I already personally rejected the marriage decree. I also repeatedly stated that the Ding King's mansion only has one mistress. Prince Yelu and this Miss Hellion have repeatedly come to disturb us, even slandering and driving a wedge between us in front of I's beloved wife. Could it be that Prince Yelu doesn't know how important the mistress of the Ding King's mansion is? If Miss Li and I become hostile because of this, who can I find a reason with? If it was a woman from the Chu state, she would naturally retreat after being implicitly rejected. However, not only have you two visited every day, you've also spread rumors everywhere to ruin Miss Li's reputation. I can't help but suspect that Miss Hellion was forced to marry into the Northern Militant's mansion because she couldn't get married. The Ding King's mansion only has one mistress. If Miss Hellion insists on staying, it wouldn't be a problem for her to be a rough cleaning maid. Miss Hellion can't be a first-class maid. The worst of the Prince Ding mansion's first-class maids are all educated and courteous pure girls. Prince Ding, you, Hellion Huimin seemed to have recovered from the blow just now. Hearing Imo Xiaoyao's words, she was so angry that her face flushed red. Even her pair of beautiful eyes were rolling with sparkling and translucent tears. However, she didn't retreat or cry because of this. Instead, she turned her face to Yili. Since Princess Consort received Prince Ding's favor, don't tell me you don't want to say something? Or will Princess Consort only hide behind Prince Ding and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Yili sighed in her heart. This girl really wasn't simple. If a normal girl was humiliated so brazenly by a man like this, even if she didn't immediately run away in tears, she would have sobbed. But this Miss Hellion not only wasn't defeated, she actually still had the strength to retaliate. Blinking her eyes, Yili smiled innocently. Miss Hellion, isn't it natural for a man to protect a woman? With His Highness around, this consort naturally doesn't need to worry. This Fae and His Highness are in love with each other and do not want anyone else to come between us. Asking Miss Hellion to help us. It's common sense for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Your Chu state also requires women to be virtuous and virtuous. Princess Consort, aren't you afraid of being criticized by others for saying such words? Yiluyi asked. Yili smiled. Our Chu state requires women to understand etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. A woman who takes the initiative to ask for marriage is absolutely not acceptable. What's more, this consort doesn't like Prince Ding taking concubines. Whoever wants to criticize, just criticize. Hellion Huimin clearly didn't expect that Yili wasn't the slightest bit different from other women in the Chu state. Unexpectedly, she was so difficult to deal with on this issue. She gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't Princess Consort afraid that the Emperor will blame the Ding King Fu?" Blame? Yili's elegant brows slightly knitted. Just when others thought she was about to waver, she lightly bit her teeth and said, "In a moment, this consort will enter the palace to ask for forgiveness." Miss Hellion, no, anyone who wants to marry into the Ding King Fu is fine. This consort will slit her throat with a sword and give up the position of Princess Consort. At that time, Prince Ding can marry whoever he wants. Finished speaking, she raised her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, "Prince, what do you say?" Mo Xiaoyao's originally malicious expression instantly faded. He didn't care that there were still 2 outsiders in front of him. He pulled Yili into his embrace and said with a smile, "Beloved consort, you mustn't. If beloved consort is hurt in the slightest, I will feel the same way. At that time, I can only crush those bastards who hurt beloved consort to eliminate the hatred in my heart." Yili nodded her head in satisfaction. She turned her head to look at Hellion Huimin and said, "Miss Hellion, you've seen it. Even if this consort dies, Prince Ding will not marry you." Hellion Huimin still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yiluyi. Yiluyi stood up and said, "Since it's like this, I'll have to disturb Prince and Princess Consort today. This one will take his leave first. I won't see you out," Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. After sending off the 2 eyesores, Yili turned her head to size up Mo Xiaoyao. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "To have such a beauty's favor, Prince Ding's luck with women is really not shallow." Mo Xiaoyao looked at her helplessly. "To I, only Miss Li is a beauty. This is trouble that came out of nowhere." Yili frowned and said, "Why didn't the northern tribes mention this so-called political marriage before? Just look at how busy the Ministry of Rights has been these 2 months to prepare for the political marriage between the two countries. How could there be someone like Helian Huiman who directly delivered herself to their doorstep? Saying it was a political marriage was more like child's play. Mo Xiaoyao said Yiluyi only mentioned it after the northern tribe's political marriage envoy arrived in the capital. It shouldn't be the king of the northern tribe's idea, but rather Yiluye's own impromptu idea. Yili didn't understand. Impromptu idea? If he wants to plant a spy in the Princeton mansion, isn't it a bit too obvious? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, plant a spy? Yiluyi wouldn't do something that he knows is impossible. Even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't do it so substandard. He just wants to make a big fuss and cause a bit of trouble for I. That's all. In any case, that Helian Huiman is only Helian Zhen's adopted daughter. Who knows what her background is? Whether she's crippled or dead, it won't be a loss to him. Yili lightly snorted and said, since it's like this, Prince, why don't you explain what the rumors in the capital are about? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, are you talking about the rumors that Li is unvirtuous? I had people spread those rumors. So Prince has been dissatisfied with me for a long time. Yili glanced at him and said lightly. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, how could that be? I love my beloved concubine so much that she's unvirtuous. Yili raised her eyebrows. When we return to the palace, you should be looking for me to talk, right? Lily, feel free to go. If there's anything, just push it to me. I want the whole world to know that even if the chosen concubine isn't virtuous, she's still I's only beloved concubine. Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice as he lightly hugged Yi Li's slender waist. Yili was silent. She leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's chest and slowly calmed the waves in her heart. The news from the palace came very quickly. It didn't even wait for the next day before someone came to summon Yi Li into the palace. The two people who were admiring the flowers in the garden didn't find it strange. Since there was such a show of marriage, how could the palace not respond? Mo Xiaoyao put down the brush he was painting and prepared to enter the palace with Yi Li. However, Yi Li reached out and pushed him back. The Empress Dowager is summoning me into the palace. What are you going to do? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, could it be that if the Empress Dowager doesn't summon I can't enter the palace? Yi Li smiled coldly and said, they want to talk to me, but you have to go. If they can't say anything this time, won't they have to spend time looking for me next time? Since it's like this, it's better to let them say it all at once. I want to see what they have to say. Speaking of this point, Yi Li was extremely depressed. She thought that she had married a husband that no one would come to steal. In the end, look at this year. First there was that Princess Lingyun, and then there was that cousin noble consort Lu that Mo Xiaoyao had thrown out of the city. Now, there was a Miss Helian. Did these women have nothing better to do? Or was it that Mo Xiaoyao's face wasn't ruined enough? Chapter 287. Finding that Yi Li's gaze was fixed on his face, Mo Xiaoyao innocently rubbed his brows and said with a smile, since it's like this, Yi Li, be careful. Also, stay away from that Yiluyi. Yi Li blinked in surprise and looked in confusion at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao was embarrassed by her gaze. With a soft snort, he pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head to bite her red lips, saying, in short, stay away from him. Yi Li smiled. Prince is jealous? Mo Xiao didn't hide it and nodded, replying, that's right, so Wang Fei has to keep a distance from him. And Yi Li withdrew from his embrace and covered her mouth to laugh. Prince, it's not good to be jealous. Without waiting for Mo Xiaoyao to respond, she had already turned and quickly walked away. Mo Xiaoyao gave a helpless laugh. With such an outstanding wife, how could he not be jealous? If it was possible, he even hoped that Li wouldn't go anywhere and wouldn't do anything. She would just stay in the Fu and accompany him every day. It was a pity that he knew this wasn't possible. Not only was the situation and the status of the Ding Wang Fu not allowing it, Li wasn't someone that anyone could truly bind. Watching Yi Li's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, The smile on Imo Xiuyao's face gradually faded and was slowly dyed with a layer of killing intent. Political marriage bestowed marriage? Did Yi Luyi think he didn't know what he was planning? Yi Luyi, offending I isn't a good idea. It seems that Yi Lu Ping's lesson wasn't enough for you to remember. Come, Prince. Reply to the person Yi Lu Hong sent. I agree to his proposal. Yes, Prince. Zhangde Palace was still as magnificent as before, but Yili knew that ever since Li Wang's rebellion, the Empress Dowager's power in the palace had been suppressed by the Emperor. However, although the Empress Dowager favored Prince Li, she was still the Emperor's biological mother. The Chu state prioritized filial piety. Even if the mother and son were at odds, the Emperor still had to give the Empress Dowager superficial respect. Stepping into Zhangde Palace once again, Yi Li's state of mind was much calmer than before. Yi Li greets the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Stepping into the hall, Yi Li lightly bent her knees to greet the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Princess Ding, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat, the Empress said softly. Yi Li gave her thanks and walked to the empty seat at the front. She looked with slight confusion at the noble women sitting in the hall and the calm Hellion Huimin sitting across from her. Yi Li couldn't help but admire this woman. At this time, her face didn't have the embarrassment and resentment she had when she left the Ding Palace. Even the gaze she used to look at her was very calm and dignified. What day is it today? Why is everyone here? Is it this consort who came late? When one's status reached a certain level, one didn't need to be so restrained when speaking. With Yi Li's status, as long as she wasn't stupid enough to say that she wanted to rebel, even if she said something wrong, no one would dare to say that she was wrong. The Emperor smiled and said, "You're not late. I am in the palace. Didn't I just arrive?" The Northern Tribe's envoy sent some Northern Tribe specialties to Mu. Muhu wanted to invite everyone to try it. It's just that you haven't been in the capital all the time. Muhu just came back today, so Muhu ordered us to gather at Zhangde Palace. Yi Li smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Empress Dowager. I went to Imperial Aunt's place to stay for a few days." The Empress didn't seem to say anything, but Yi Li understood her meaning. The Empress nodded almost indiscernibly. She smiled slightly and turned her head to talk to the concubines beside her. The Empress Dowager smiled faintly and said, "You usually don't like to enter the palace. I have to take this opportunity to invite you to come in and gather with everyone. How is great Elder Princess? Imperial Aunt is in good health. Empress Dowager, thank you for your concern." Yi Li smiled faintly and thanked her. A warm gaze fell on Yi Li. Yi Li smiled faintly and gave Madame Su, who was worried about her, a comforting smile. However, she sneered in her heart. These people had a good plan. Did they think that she would agree to their request because of her status? She calmly withdrew her gaze. Yi Li looked up and saw another gaze falling on her. Different from Madame Su's worried gaze, this gaze was extremely complicated and resentful. Without looking, she knew that it was noble consort Lu, who was sitting on the other side of the Empress Dowager. These days, not only the Empress Dowager became haggard and older, but also noble consort Lu changed a lot. There seemed to be something else in her original indifference, which made the woman, who was as cold as a pear blossom, a little unpredictable. Yi Li nodded slightly to her, but she just pretended not to see it and just stared at Yi Li. Her gaze made Yi Li a little uncomfortable, and she frowned. "Princess Ding, Miss Hellion will be a member of King Ding's mansion from now on. Miss Hellion came from the Northern Tribes. Princess Ding, you should treat her well." As expected, the Empress Dowager said with a smile before she sat down and said a few words with others. That look and that tone was so natural that it was as if the matter of Prince Ding rejecting the marriage did not happen at all. Yi Li didn't plan to be polite. She didn't want to help Mo Xiuyao send away the concubines who sent themselves to his door. Putting down the teacup in her hand, Yi Li blinked and asked doubtfully, "Miss Hellion? Is the Empress Dowager saying that Miss Hellion agreed to be a cleaning maid in King Ding's mansion? Don't worry, the Prince Ding mansion never bullies the servants." This consort also won't casually argue with the servants. Cleaning maid, even the experienced Empress Dowager, couldn't help but be stunned and asked in confusion. Yili smiled and looked at Hellion Huimin and asked doubtfully, "Isn't it? Previously, Prince Yelu and Miss Hellion made it clear in front of me and Prince Yelu that he agreed to let Miss Hellion enter the mansion to be a cleaning maid. Now that the Empress Dowager mentioned it, isn't it the same thing? Did this consort misunderstand?" The Empress Dowager choked and said seriously, "Princess Ding is joking. With Miss Hulian's status, how can she be a rough servant?" Yili was puzzled. Status? Is she General Hulian's goddaughter? Being a rough servant with this status is indeed a waste. However, our prince said so. Although I'm a consort, I can't disobey the prince's wishes. I'm afraid that Miss Hellion and our King Ding's mansion don't have any fate. The Empress Dowager could naturally see that this was Yi Li's excuse. She frowned and said, "Princess Ding, how can you speak nonsense about the marriage that was bestowed by His Majesty? Just now, His Majesty asked Ijia to ask Princess Consort when King Ding's mansion plans to hold the wedding. It's best to do it before the Northern Tribe's envoy leaves. What plans do you have?" Yili pursed her lips into a smile and said indifferently, "Reporting to the Empress Dowager, King Ding's mansion doesn't plan to hold a wedding." Once these words were spoken, the main hall suddenly became silent. Almost everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Li's body. Among them, the most intense were Hellion Huimin and noble consort Lu. Hellion Huimin probably didn't think that she would dare to refuse the marriage in front of all the noble women and the Empress Dowager in the palace. As a result, she couldn't get off the tiger. If King Ding's mansion insisted on not marrying Hellion Huimin, then her face would be completely lost. Meeting Hellion Huimin's eyes that contained anger and shock, Yili responded with a shallow smile. It couldn't be that she was usually too gentle. So this Miss Hellion thought that she didn't dare to refuse the marriage in front of everyone, right? Chapter 288. Princess Ding, what did you say? The Empress Dowager frowned and stared at Yi Li unhappily. In fact, the Empress Dowager now did not want to have any involvement with the Ding Palace. When her youngest son did not even give her a greeting and started a rebellion, causing her to fall into a dilemma, she understood that this son was unreliable. As a woman in the palace, without a son to rely on, even if she had the ability to overturn the heavens, it would be a waste. Although her power had been taken away, the Empress had always been respectful to her, so she only wanted to enjoy her old age in the palace. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to retreat, her Emperor's son did not want her to. So after Mo Jingqi was rebuffed by Mo Xiuyao, he pulled her out, hoping to start with Ding Wangfei. The Empress Dowager was now an outsider and could see more clearly. She naturally understood that this Princess Ding was not someone who could be led by the nose. Although she did not want to offend Yili, she had no choice now and could no longer stay out of the matter. Yili smiled and glanced at Madame Su, who was not far away. She turned back to look at the Empress Dowager, her voice clear and firm. "Empress Dowager, the Ding family has no plans to hold a wedding. In fact, as long as I'm still Princess Ding, the prince will not marry any concubines." The hall was in an uproar. "Ding Princess, how dare you?" Princess Zhaoran suddenly stood up and pointed at Yili. "As a woman, you dare to stop Prince Ding from marrying a concubine. You have no virtue as a woman. How can such a jealous woman be a good match for Prince Ding?" Princess Zhaoran's only beloved daughter was sent to the northern tribes for a political marriage. Her heart was filled with anger, and she was usually dissatisfied with Yili. Naturally, she was the first to stand up and make things difficult for her. Yili lazily glanced at Princess Zhaoran. It seemed that Princess Zhaoran disliked her from the start. No, it should be said that Princess Zhaoran disliked Mo Xiuyao, so she disliked her as well. Normally, Yili wouldn't mind if she gave in, but today's matter wasn't something she could let go of. Therefore, Yili did not plan on apologizing to her. With a faint smile, Yili said, "Eldest princess should be careful with your words. Our family's prince is not willing to take a concubine. As a wife, this consort naturally has to follow her husband's lead. Could it be that I need an outsider to force the prince? Since Princess Royal speaks of womanly virtues, do you know that a married woman should obey her husband? Princess Zhao Ren's face alternated between green and white. Who in the capital didn't know that Princess Zhao Ren couldn't give birth to a son and that she controlled the prince consort and prohibited him from getting close to the concubines? That was why the prince consort didn't have a son, even though he was 40 years old this year. Fortunately, the prince consort was only the second son of the first wife. If it was the eldest grandson, even the eldest princess would not be able to suppress the dissatisfaction of the aristocratic families. At this moment, the words of virtue coming out of her mouth sounded a bit sarcastic. Princess Zhaoren gave a snort with a calm face and said, "Even if it's like this, as the Ding King's princess, you should think of the Prince Ding Mansion's children and help the King's Mansion spread its branches. Even if the prince was confused and refused to take a concubine, as the princess, if you don't know how to persuade him, you can't be called virtuous." Yili looked up and said with a faint smile, "When did this consort say that I could be called virtuous? If being a virtuous consort means finding a beautiful concubine for my husband when I have nothing to do, then I'm sorry, this consort is not virtuous and does not plan on being virtuous." You. Princess Zhaoren was so angry that she couldn't think straight. She pointed at Yi Li with a trembling finger and couldn't say anything for a while. Yi Li did not avoid it and raised her brows at her with a smile. The empress in the hall saw that the eldest princess was about to faint from anger, and a trace of a smile appeared in her eyes. She said, "All right, if you have something to say, just say it. Eldest princess, don't be angry. Princess Ding, the elders have taught you not to be rude." Yili nodded and respectfully said, "The matter of the empress's teachings. Yili will definitely remember the elders' teachings and follow the eldest princess' example. I won't dare to disobey." The Empress Dowager frowned and lightly coughed. She looked at Yi Li and said, "Princess Ding, this time, the Emperor bestowing Miss Hulian's marriage is both a family matter and a national matter. Princess Ding should prioritize national matters and cannot be willful." Yi Li's heart couldn't help but be angry. What was going on with these people? If it was the men themselves who were unfaithful, then it would be fine. These women were also unwilling to stop stuffing women into other people's food. They were clearly forcing the men to be unfaithful. They themselves liked virtuous women. She didn't love them. Did they have to drag her along? Yili stood up and coldly said, "The Empress Dowager is joking. How can a marriage between two countries be so careless?" At the time of the marriage, the king of the northern tribes never mentioned sending people to marry with the Ding royal family. If it really is a national matter, then where is the letter of credence for the northern tribes' marriage? If there isn't a letter of credence, then is it a private decision made by some people? What kind of place does the Empress Dowager think the Ding royal family is? Is it a place where anyone can enter as they wish? If Miss Hulian wants to enter the Ding royal family, you can. The Prince Ding Mansion's sweeping maid position is waiting for you. You want to enter the Prince Ding Mansion with an insignificant status as a goddaughter? Miss Hulian, first give me a clear status before speaking to the imperial consort. Hulian Huimin stood up, her elegant face full of anger. Even if you are the Ding royal consort, this lady is still a noble lady of the northern tribes. How can I allow you to wantonly humiliate me? Noble lady of the northern tribes? Yili disdainfully raised her eyebrows. The imperial consort, I still haven't heard that the noble lady's identity is so-and-so's goddaughter. A noble lady who can't even reveal the background of her biological parents? Everyone present understood the meaning behind Yi Li's words. In the Dechu state, even if the status of a godfather was much higher than one's biological parents, when speaking to others, one must first mention one's biological parents. At most, one would add the phrase so-and-so's goddaughter at the end. However, Hulian Huimin completely didn't mention the identity of her biological parents. This could only prove that the status of Helion Huiman's parents wasn't as simple as being ordinary. It should be extremely low. Thinking about some of the customs of the northern tribes, there weren't many nobles of the northern tribes who looked as dignified as Yelu Yi. Most of the nobles of the northern tribes didn't look good in the eyes of the Chu state's aesthetic standards. On the contrary, those who looked good in the northern tribes were mostly slaves. In other words, those who were sold or captured from other countries to the northern tribes. Among them, many were the descendants of the Chu state's people. Thus, Helion Huiman didn't even mention the identity of her biological parents. It couldn't help but make people suspect that she was the descendant of the slaves of the northern tribes. If that was really the case, even if the Ding King's household really married her as a concubine, it would be a huge joke. The noble women's gazes towards Helion Huiman couldn't help but become subtle. In that subtle gaze, there was an additional bit of disgust and contempt. The status of the slaves of the northern tribes and the servants of the Chu state were even lower. Not only were they killed at will, but they also specialized in doing some rough work that normal people weren't willing to do. Furthermore, there was no such thing as moonlighting. Many female slaves were also played with and abused by their masters. Helion Huiman was also an extremely intelligent person. How could she not notice the changes in the gazes of the people present? She looked at Yi Li with even more resentment in her eyes. The Empress Dowager hesitantly looked at Helion Huiman. She also didn't know what Helion Huiman's true identity was. If that was really the case, if Helion Huiman's true identity was spread out, it would only cause the entire court to be dissatisfied with the emperor's decree for the marriage. It would even cause the military to think that the emperor was purposely trying to humiliate the Ding King's household. Princess Consort, I'm afraid you've filtered it out. Since the northern tribes in our Chu state are on good terms, they naturally wouldn't not understand our Chu state's customs. The girl sent over for the marriage naturally has a noble status. Presumably, Miss Lion's parents died when she was young, and she grew up in the general Helion household, so she's used to it? Chapter 289. Yili originally didn't intend to bite Helion Huiman's identity to death. If Helion Huiman's background was really unbearable, it wouldn't be good for the Ding Palace if it was spread out. Standing up, Yili glanced at Helion Huiman and raised her head to look directly at the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, this consort will say it clearly here. Unless the prince personally agrees to take a secondary consort, this consort will not agree to let anyone enter. The Empress Dowager was secretly annoyed. If Prince Ding's side could do it, why would they need to find Princess Ding to talk so much nonsense? Princess Ding, the Emperor's imperial edict has already been issued. Don't you know what an imperial order is? Don't tell me you still want the Emperor to go back on his words? Yili smiled and raised her head. Then there is only one way. Asking the Emperor and Empress Dowager to issue an edict to kill this consort. Without this consort, the position of Wang Fei will be empty. The prince can naturally take a secondary consort. At that time, this consort won't be able to control who the prince marries. Princess Ding. The Empress Dowager was furious. Yili's expression was solemn and didn't change. The Empress Dowager angrily sneered. What if Aijia must let Miss Helion enter? A faint smile flitted across Yi Li's face, and a cold light appeared in her hand. Then the Empress Dowager wouldn't mind the Ding Palace's wedding and funeral being held together. This consort guarantees that the funeral will be more lively than the wedding. Everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at the cold light of the dagger in Princess Ding's hand, a few people who originally had other thoughts extinguished the delusions in their hearts. Even if it was a concubine's daughter who wasn't well-liked, marrying into a family with a slightly inferior background would still be of some help to the family. If she married into the Ding Palace, not only would she offend Princess Ding, she would also have sinned for no reason. Looking at the woman who still had a gentle smile in front of them, they didn't dare to doubt that she was just joking. Yili smiled and swept her gaze across everyone. Her gaze stopped on Helion Huiman and smiled. How is it? Does Miss Hellion still insist on entering the Princeton mansion? Hellion Huimin took a deep breath and looked at Yi Li, unwilling to admit defeat. Princess Consort wants to kill me, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Do you think a mere dagger can scare me? Which daughter of the northern tribes did not grow up wielding swords and knives on horseback? Although Hellion Huimin's family background was a bit low, she had been adopted by Hellion Jun since she was a child. Naturally, her martial arts were not weak. With a flip of his hand, he also pulled out his scimitar from its jeweled scabbard and pointed it at Yi Li. Miss Hellion, how can you casually draw your blade in front of the Empress Dowager? Quickly put it down. The Empress frowned and reprimanded. On the side, noble consort Lu said lightly, "Just now, when Princess Ding drew her sword, Her Majesty didn't reprimand her." The Empress smiled faintly and said, "Younger sister, have you forgotten that our ancestors have instructed Prince Ding and Princess Ding to carry swords in the palace?" Noble consort Lu snorted and turned her head away, ignoring the Empress. The Empress also did not argue with her and smiled faintly. Looking at Hellion Huimin, who was holding the gorgeously decorated scimitar, Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. Hellion Huimin frowned and said, "What are you smiling about?" Yi Li smiled and said, "Speaking of which, there are quite a few women who are eyeing my prince covetously. Today, consort, I will use you as an example." Shameless boasting. Hellion Huimin sneered disdainfully and waved the scimitar in her hand towards Yi Li. Yi Li casually moved to the side, but Hellion Huimin did not relax and continued to wave the scimitar from behind her. Hellion Huimin was indeed a woman who grew up in the grasslands. Compared to the women of the Central Plains, her scimitar was vigorous and full of strength. Yi Li waited until she had waved the scimitar a dozen times before she laughed crisply and said, "Is Miss Hellion done? Next, it's Consort Ai's turn." Compared to Hellion Huimin's majestic aura, Yi Li's moves were extremely ordinary. The crowd didn't even understand what was going on. They only saw Yi Li already closing in on Hellion Huimin, one hand grabbing Hellion Huimin's retreating hand, and with a kick, kicking away Hellion Huimin's kick. Her other hand flashed a cold light and mercilessly stabbed towards Hellion Huimin's chest. "Princess Ding, have mercy!" The Empress Dowager and the Empress shouted in unison. Hellion Huimin found that she could not break free from Yi Li's grip and could only close her eyes and wait for death. She was not reconciled. She believed that her martial arts were the best among the women of the northern tribes, but she had lost to a woman from the Dechu state. She did not even have time to see her moves clearly, but this was not important. Even if she was not reconciled to her loss, what awaited her was death. After waiting for a while, the expected pain did not come. Hellion Huimin opened her eyes in confusion and saw that Yi Li had unceremoniously pushed her to the side and calmly put away the scimitar in her hand. Hellion Huimin had walked through the gates of hell, but she was still somewhat in a daze. She could feel that Princess Ding did not just want to scare her. That murderous aura that hit her in the face was enough for her to clearly understand that she had just narrowly escaped with her life. After receiving such a blow, Hellion Huimin could not say anything for a while. She could only stand in the hall in a daze. The Empress Dowager's face was green with anger. She stood up and said, "Princess Ding, you have big guts. Forget it. Ijia is old. I can't manage these things. Empress, I'll leave the rest to you. Ijia will go back first." After speaking, the Empress Dowager rubbed her chest and called for the palace maids beside her to help her leave. The Empress Dowager gave up, and the Empress could only bitterly smile. Noble consort Lu looked at the Empress and asked, "Empress, how should we deal with this?" The Empress smiled and said, "Naturally, we will report to the Emperor and then make a decision. But after today, I think this matter will not be difficult to solve. Younger sister, don't you think so?" If Hellion Huimin still dared to want to marry into the Ding Prince's mansion, then she could only admire her. Noble consort Lu lowered her head to look at Yi Li, who was below His Highness. Her eyes were more complex and deep. The Empress ignored her and only smiled and said, I still like Princess Ding's temperament. She doesn't make a sound, but she amazes everyone with a single brilliant feat. She handles things cleanly and efficiently. Presumably, those who want to marry their daughters into the Prince Ding mansion will have to think twice. Facing Yi Li, who was below His Highness, she smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Yi Li, who was under everyone's gaze, played with the sharp blade in her hand without care. Since this kind of matter could not be settled, then it would be settled cleanly once and for all. When they left Zhangde Palace, the noble ladies looked at Yi Li with a strange expression. There was envy, jealousy, fear, and schadenfreude in their eyes. Not to mention that the Dechu state had been founded for more than 100 years, even the past several thousand years. There was no woman who dared to draw a blade in front of the Empress Dowager and Empress and say that she would kill all the women who wanted to be her husband's concubine. This boldness and courage naturally made these noble women who had to endure groups of concubines at home envious and jealous. At the same time, everyone knew that being chosen as the king's consort meant that she was destined to bear the infamy of being a jealous woman. Leah, Yili had just stepped out of the hall when Su Foreign was already waiting outside. Yili smiled faintly and greeted her, "Aunt." Su Foreign looked at her and sighed. She shook her head and said, "You girl." Yili lowered her head and smiled. Lear has embarrassed Aunt. Chapter 290. Lady Su pulled her hand and laughed softly as she walked out. Why would our Su family care about these false reputation? Aunt is also a woman. How can you not understand a woman's thoughts? But Prince Ding sighed. Lear was indeed daring in the palace today, but with her status as the imperial consort, she wouldn't be charged with any serious crime. The so-called marriage was a family matter. As long as Prince Ding was willing to protect her, she would be fine. But if Prince Ding was dissatisfied with her actions today, then Lear's future days would not be easy. Yili blinked and looked at Lady Su's worried eyes. She hugged Lady Su's arm and intimately leaned on her with a smile. "Aunt, don't worry. I'll be fine. Aunt, when you go back, you have to put in a good word for Lear in front of second uncle. Les second uncle wants to teach Lear a lesson." Lady Su raised her hand to pat her and laughed softly. "You're too daring. No wonder your uncle wants to teach you a lesson. Just now in the palace, you scare me quite a bit." Lady Su came from a scholarly family and had never seen anyone brandish a sword in front of her. Just now in the palace, when she saw Helene Huimin brandishing a sword towards Yi Li, if it wasn't for her usual self-control, she would have screamed on the spot. Lear knows her mistake. I won't do it in the future. Yi Li hugged Lady Su's arm and acted coquettishly. Just as she accompanied Lady Su out of the palace gate, she saw the curtain of the Ding Palace's carriage being opened from the inside. A handsome man in a white gown stepped out of the carriage with his head lowered and smiled at Yi Li at the palace gate. Although the noble women passing by could not stop and watch, they also saw Prince Ding smiling and reaching out his hand to the princess consort. They didn't believe that Prince Ding didn't know what happened in the palace. It seemed that Prince Ding only had the princess consort in his heart. Even though Princess Ding made such a domineering and willful declaration in the palace, which almost made Prince Ding lose face, Prince Ding still doted on her, as before. Madame Su pulled Yi Li forward and bowed. Emo Xiaoyao stepped aside slightly and said with a laugh, "Madam is Yi Li's Jimu. We're family. There's no need to be so courteous." Madame Su laughed and said, "Etiquette must not be discarded. Yi Li is young and immature. I hope that Prince will be magnanimous enough to forgive her." Emo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a smile and said, "Madam worries too much. Li is very good." "Why are you here?" Yi Li asked, puzzled. Emo Xiaoyao laughed in a low voice and said, "I heard that Nyangzi drew her saber in Zhangde Palace and was so angry that it shocked everyone. Isn't your husband worried about your safety?" Yi Li couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. If he was worried about her safety, why didn't he enter the palace to find her? Who was he putting on an act for? Madame Su looked at the two's conversation, and there was a trace of relief in her eyes. With one glance, she could see that Prince Ding really didn't care about Li Er's actions in the palace, and it could even be said that he was very happy about it. With a smile, Madame Su bid farewell to the two and walked towards her own carriage with a peace of mind. When the Prince Ding mansion's carriage left, the palace gate gradually regained its peace. Not far from the city walls, Yalu Yi brought Helian Huimin and silently watched the Ding mansion's carriage leave. After a long time, Helian Huimin said with some unwillingness, "Cousin, are we just going to let it go like this?" Yalu Yi glanced at her with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "If we don't let it go, what can you do? You can't hook up with Prince Ding, and you can't deal with the Prince Ding mansion. Or do you really want to go to the Ding mansion to be a cleaning maid? Don't forget what happened to 11 because of Mo Xiaoyao. Do you think he's a soft-hearted person?" Thinking of the 11th prince, Yalu Ping, who was still a fool, Helian Huimin couldn't help but shiver. She didn't dare to think about how a person who wasn't injured or poisoned would turn from a normal person into a fool. How much inhumane torture did Yalu Ping suffer? And all of this was because Yalu Ping said something that shouldn't be said at Mo Xiaoyao's wedding. Then what should we do now? Helian Huimin asked with some worry. Yalu Yi didn't care and said, "Of course we wait to welcome the princess back to the northern tribes. But Helian Huimin frowned. Yalu Yi lightly said, "Marrying you into the Ding mansion was originally a spur-of-the-moment decision. The success rate is less than 30%, and this 30% still depends on the Ding country's princess consort. Now it seems that there isn't even a 5% chance. You should go back to the northern tribes and obediently be the crown prince's concubine." Helian Huimin's face changed greatly and said in panic, "No, cousin, the crown prince will kill me. Also, what happened in the Dechu state will definitely spread back to the northern tribes. The crown prince won't want me. The crown prince's concubine, the northern tribes, and the Dechu state's rules and etiquette were completely different. The concubines below the crown prince's concubine would all become the crown prince's concubine, but all of them were the crown prince's concubine slaves. If her status was noble and her birth was noble, then it would be better. But for a woman who was born a slave, even if she became the crown prince's concubine, she still wasn't allowed to have children. She also wasn't allowed to have her own property and had no freedom. Other than when the crown prince was having sex, she was no different from an ordinary female slave. Even if she was beaten to death, as her adoptive father, Helian Jun, couldn't say anything. What's more, the crown prince and Yalu Ye's party had a deep grudge. The women who were sent to the crown prince's mansion by Yalu Yi would usually be sent out in less than half a month. Helian Huimin couldn't help but tremble in her dreams at night. So this time, when Yalu Yi came to the Dechu state to escort the bride, she thought of a way to follow. When Yalu Yi said that he planned to send her to the Prince Ding mansion, she didn't hesitate to agree. Sometimes she even thought that as long as she didn't return to the northern tribes, even if she stayed in the Dechu state as a servant girl, with her ability, she wouldn't be afraid of not being able to rise up one day. But if she returned to the northern tribes, what awaited her was only the word death. Don't have any bad ideas. The Helian family raised you for so many years, you can't be wasted, right? Glancing at the silent Helian Huimin, Yalu Yi lightly said, "Don't worry, there aren't many people who have seen you. Princess Ronghua also hasn't seen you. As for your name, it's fine as long as you change it. In any case, Uncle has more than one goddaughter. Since you can't deal with Prince Ding, then obediently accept your fate and go to the Crown Prince's mansion. I already gave you a chance." Helian Huimin's heart trembled. She knew Yalu Ye's methods. She hurriedly said with a trembling voice, "I understand." Yalu Yi sized her up before nodding in satisfaction and turning to leave. If it wasn't for the fact that Helian Huimin had the best aptitude among the women in Uncle's mansion, she wouldn't have needed to go back alive if this plan failed. However, although Helian Huimin was smart, compared to Princess Ding, she was still far from enough. Thinking of the information collected these days in the Chu capital, this Princess Ding not only came from a noble background, but was also skilled in literature and martial arts. It was even said that in Yongzhou, she led the Black Cloud Cavalry to guard the city until Prince Ding's reinforcement arrived. It could be said that her contributions couldn't go unnoticed. A woman who could be betrothed to the Black Cloud Cavalry. The betrothal between the northern tribes and the Ding King's mansion was left unsettled. However, the Ding King's consort's reputation as a fierce woman spread throughout the capital overnight. She dared to hold a dagger in front of the Empress Dowager and say that she wanted to enter the Ding King's mansion. If one came, she would kill one. If two came, she would kill a pair. No one in the capital dared to provoke this woman. What was even more frightening was that Prince Ding didn't have the slightest bit of anger towards the princess consort's announcement. Instead, he would occasionally accompany his beloved wife to tour the capital. That affectionate appearance clearly told people that if the women who wanted to enter the mansion as concubines were really killed by Princess Ding, His Highness Prince Ding would definitely not stand up for them. For a moment, Prince Ding said that Prince Ding loved his wife like his life. There are also people who were henpecked. However, no matter how the rumors spread outside, it still didn't affect the two people involved in this matter. At this time, Yili didn't have the time to care about these rumors. When the full moon rose into the night sky, Yi Li's heart that had been hanging tightened even more. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.